But you know what? People work here. But you know what? People work here. Good morning. Sanmonan.
Yebo, good morning.
Morning, morning everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
I hope we've got sufficient attendees for us to be able to start our strategic session. I'm not at the venue yet, but I've decided to log in. I'm 2 minutes away from the venue. So if it's okay, and if we do have sufficient attendees, I request that we start with our strategic session. But I will actually be guided by the team to indicate how many people have already logged in for us to be able to start. Can I check with administration? Administration, please assist.
Against senior officials implicated in the mismanagement of funds. So, has action been taken?
Administration, please assist with the attendees.
Dineo is here, Chair of Chairs. I don't know, she's muted. If she can unmute, she will be able to assist.
Okay, Dineo. Sawa. Ngikhona kunjani? Ngicela 95 unlimited 1000 rand. 1,000. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
We are here. We are here. We are listening.
Okay. I was waiting for administration to indicate how many people are present in the meeting, so that we can start with our strategic session. Someone is like me, is in the car. Ladies, honorable members, let me request that we flight the agenda of our strategic session so that we can start with our meeting. I believe that Sis Chogo is ready to do the welcoming address, as well as our honorable speaker, although she have indicated otherwise. But I think let's get the agenda. Can I then request that administration put up the agenda on the screen for me to be able to read it out and for us to start with our meeting? Thank you very much. Administration, please put up the agenda on the screen. I said, please.
Hi, Chair. Comrade Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs.
It seems she can't hear you, Mrafa.
Am I the only one who can hear anything? Or has the meeting not started?
Me too, I can't hear anything.
We haven't started. We haven't started.
Okay, thank you, Srit.
We seem to have lost member Sizakele Nkosi Malubani. I don't see her on the participants list anymore because she actually opened the meeting, but I don't see her anymore.
She was 2 minutes late, but she was like going to the venue actually. And the speaker was 10 minutes late that time. So I'm suspecting they are either coming into the venue to open the meeting officially, or I don't know, but I think we can maybe wait a little bit.
Good morning, honorable members. Let me try and put on my video. I hope I'm audible and visible to all those that are not here. So there's no need for me to stand in front. I might as well sit on, yeah. Okay. Good morning, Chair of the multi-party Women Caucus in the Gauteng Legislature. Let me also greet our Honorable Speaker, who's also present in the venue. Greet honorable members, particularly Honorable Pinky Mekgwe, who's also present in the venue. But I also want to greet all members who have managed to log on in order to be with us in this strategic session. I also like to thank Honorable Lacindo, who's not been well for some time, but I'm very much happy today to announce that she's also out of hospital and she have also logged on our strategic workshop. Thank you very much, Honorable Lacindo, for joining us, but we also thank God and our ancestors to making sure that you healed from your illness, although I know you're still supposed to be at home up to May as per doctor's orders. We need to start with our meeting. We're already late, and the minister have also indicated that she's got pressure in terms of time. We are also fortunate that the speaker have agreed that she will swap with Honorable Minister Lentheng Mekgwe, and will be addressed by the speaker after the minister have addressed us, because she needs to rush to a cabinet meeting. We really appreciate making yourself available for this meeting. We hope that we'll have a very successful meeting. With those few words, let me then welcome our chairperson, Umamtogo Makakula, to then do the welcome and purpose of the strategic session. Honorable Makakula.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker, the Minister Mashabane Nkwane. Thank you for joining us, members of the Legislature, our guests, our members from the municipalities, and all protocol observed. I would like to welcome you to this strategic planning of multi-party women's caucus. We are organizing this session in the year of celebrating the life of Mamu Charlotte Mekgwe, who would be celebrating 150 years of her birthday this year. I want to take this opportunity to thank her for leading us to how to fight and how to celebrate women, especially those who have done well. We're taking from her steps. That is why today we're here coming together, inviting all other women from all walks of life to be with us here. I think it's 2 years back when we have last met and have a strategic planning. We know where do we come from, the difficult year 2020, 2021, the COVID-19 has affected our programs, but at least we've decided that this year we come together. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature Multi-Party Women's Caucus, in short is GPL MPWC, is a forum of the GPL women parliamentarians in Gauteng, which most of the time come together irrespective of gender, race, religion, culture, or class, or political affiliation, are united by a common vision of the advancement of economic and socio-political well-being of women in Gauteng. The Multi-Party Women's Caucus is governed by the Executive Committee and therefore has representation from all the GPL political parties that have women members of the at the provincial legislature as MPLs. The GPL MPWC is an advocacy, influencing and advisory structure of the Gauteng legislature with the main interest of promoting the mainstreaming human rights in the work of the legislature. The objectives of the GPL Multi-Party Women's Caucus includes championing the advancement of equal human rights and justice by supporting the mainstreaming of gender, youth, people with disability, and race in the workplace of the legislature. The GPL MPWC therefore constitutes the GPL women's legislatures who recognize that when it comes to advancing the empowerment of women, it is essential to put political differences aside and unite for the common goal of a non-sexist and a non-racist South Africa. Thus, through the GPL MPWC, the legislatures unite to conduct various initiatives, including capacity development, joint strategic planning, conducting the GPL Multi-Party Women's Caucus outreach programs, stakeholder engagements, and research projects that seek to improve the GPL strategic and operational efficiencies. This strategic session brings together a variety of stakeholders across the spheres of governance at national, provincial, and local levels. It is also the hope of the GPL Multi-Party Women's Caucus that cooperative governance will be enhanced through this process and also establish strategic partnerships with non-government organizations from the gender, youth, and persons with disability sectors and the communities. With those short few words, I would like to welcome you to this strat plan that you need to be with us, and as women, we must come together to fight and so that we can win our battle of women emancipation together until we won our liberty. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, Umamu Togo Makakula. And I'm sure all of us now feel welcomed and relaxed and wanting to actively participate in this workshop as per the welcoming words of our capable and honorable chair. Let me then invite our national minister, Umamu Maiteng Kwane Mashabane, who's actually the minister responsible for women and children in the office of the president or in presidency. Anyone to help me with the right presidency? Because I don't want to use wrong words.
In the presidency.
In the presidency. Thank you very much, honorable members, for correcting me. Ma'am, you are welcome. I'm not going to try and pretend that I know your background, even if I do. Women usually, when they have their workshops or they have their events, we don't read out biographies of those particular women because we are actually working biographies. People know us, not by what is actually written down. So I'm not going to read a biography in introducing you, but Honorable Nkwane Mashabane, you are one of the most experienced ministers, not one of the most experienced women ministers. You're one of the most experienced ministers in South Africa. You have represented us in the world, and I hope that with your experience that you're going to share with us today, we'll be able to leave this place more empowered as elected representatives in the Gauteng Legislature. Ma'am, you are welcome, and I'll therefore request that you present your talk to us, and hope that you also feel welcomed after our chairperson have welcomed everybody. Ma'am Mashabane?
I didn't know how to stop you. I kept on wanting to say, didn't they indicate? I'm the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm Advocate Mikateko Joyce Maluleke. The minister couldn't make it. I thought they did communicate because her program changed. She had to be at the meeting at 8:30. So she requested me to come and represent her.
Okay, I wasn't aware because I thought that we were to change our agenda in order to accommodate her, because she was supposed to go and join the cabinet at I think 15:15 or so, but it's fine. Ma'am, you are also welcome, and hope that the information that the minister is going to share with us is actually passed to you in order for you to be assisting us in terms of understanding quite a number of issues, particularly the work of the department. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are also welcome, and feel free to actually interact with us as the Gauteng Legislature multi-party caucus. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm joined here by DDG Shoki Shabalala. I'm joined by Ms. Dineo Mako. I'm joined also by Ms. Puti Mabelebele. I'm also joined by Mr. Emmanuel Kanaga, because also I'm going to chair the EXCO. So when I leave, they will be here to present in the next slot, and also to be able to respond to all the questions that they have to respond to. Honorable Madam Lentheng Mekgwe, Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature, Provincial Legislature, political heads of national machineries from all parties, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. I'd like to tender an apology for Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Mayor Maite Nkwane Mashabane, who is committed elsewhere and says this meeting is equally important. Hence, she delegated me to represent her. She conveys her gratitude for the opportunity afforded to the department to address you today. At the political will, we have a strong political buy-in throughout. It spans from the late former President Nelson Mandela, who put the emancipation of women at the center of the new democratic state, and from other women and male leaders. Our President, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, continues to place the women's agenda, including gender-based violence and femicide, at the epicenter of the development and socioeconomic empowerment. In reflecting on our past, it is women who have advocated for a dedicated cabinet minister responsible for women's empowerment and gender equality. The ministry is centrally located within the presidency and is the champion of gender equality and women's empowerment in the country. In this role, we assumed a regulatory responsibility as our new strategic posture. Our main role is to regulate the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This gives us the powers to do what we have been appointed to do. Because when we keep on saying if we coordinate what other people want to implement. However, as regulators, we determine and set the indicators of what needs to be achieved. We also coordinate the different institutional arrangements in the national machineries. We work with different partners on different issues. This includes working with civil society, the private sector, other government departments, the judiciary, and the legislative arm. Currently, the national nodal point has evolved into a dedicated ministry with a dedicated cabinet minister and deputy minister championing women's rights, empowerment, and gender equality, including youth and persons with disabilities, and to put these issues on the agenda of cabinet and parliament. Despite the existence of appropriate institutional mechanisms in the country, we are part of a system that is still underpinned by patriarchy, negative social norms, resistance to transformation, negative practices, and persistence of violence against women and girls. South Africa is not different from the rest of the world. And South Africa is considered to be one of the countries with the highest rate of violence against women and children. Therefore, we need to accelerate and promote systematic transformative change for achieving gender equality and sustainability, to have youth responsive programs and a disability transformation agenda. This is very critical in a world that will continue to be affected by the ravages of COVID-19 pandemic in years to come, because it has reversed the gains that we have achieved. The effectiveness of all these institutional mechanisms rest on adequate budget and human resource allocations. However, this continues to be our biggest challenge, and now compounded by COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on the country's economic challenges. Despite being structured and resourced to fail as a department, we have forged partnership with civil society organizations, youth formations, disability sectors, private sector, labor movements, international organizations, and donor funds in order to achieve more. The national machinery in South Africa has 4 arms, as we all know. I'm preaching to the converted: government, parliament, commission for gender equality, and civil society. At government level, we have structures at national, provincial, and local government levels. Gender focal points have been appointed in several government departments, nationally and provincially, albeit the challenges of them being appointed at different levels and them not having the powers to influence EXCO and other management meetings, because some of them are appointed at a very low level. They are meant to assist government departments to be able to mainstream gender in the business of government. However, most of them are not able to do that, either because they don't have the capacity or because of the level at which they are placed. We have replicated the national machinery at the provincial levels, with the central nodal point situated within the highest office in the province, the Premier's office. A provincial DG's forum has been activated to assist the department in reviving provincial coordinating structures in tackling gender-based violence and femicide, and the implementation of the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and gender auditing. This forum also serves as a catalyst in ensuring that provincial structures are also replicated at a local level, because gender-based violence and service delivery happens at a local level. Therefore, it's important for us to mainstream whatever that we're doing into the DDMs so that communities can be able to benefit on all our efforts. The Commission for Gender Equality is an overarching watchdog structure and promotes and protects women's human rights among its many functions. We also work with the Commission for Gender Equality in order to achieve some of the objectives that we would like to achieve. We also work with a Commission on BEA, the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Commission. We also work with the Commission for Employment Equity, and the department has assigned a senior official to be a member of the Employment Equity Commission, a chief director, Ms. Dineo Mako. We also have a program that we're working together both with the Commission on Employment Equity and the BEA and the Department of Labor in order to monitor compliance of the mining industry on the sector charters and the laws. The department's mandate, as indicated earlier on, that it has been expanded to include youth and persons with disabilities. We remain guided that our policies, legislative frameworks, and programmatic interventions and existing machinery must always remain cognizant that gender mainstreaming endeavors to address the different needs of women based on their diversities: rural women, urban women, women entrepreneurs, unemployed women, informal women traders, women with disabilities, young women, elderly women, women living with HIV and AIDS, the LGBTIQA+ community, amongst others. We all thought that because we now have a ministry, that the issues of budgeting and resourcing will be addressed. However, it continues to be a sad story where we are right at the bottom. Regarding gender-based violence and femicide, which is one of the biggest problems in South Africa, and as we all know that the president even declared gender-based violence a second pandemic, despite our progressive constitution, policy, and legislative framework, we know that it continues unabated. The President, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, noted the implication of this.
Hello.
Hello? Okay, sorry, and signed a declaration with civil society organizations, which guides how government together with civil society will work together. Our national response to gender-based violence and sexual offenses is driven through the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, which sets out and provides a cohesive strategic framework to guide the national response to gender-based violence. It has got 6 pillars. The first pillar, it seeks to address the alarming lack of accountability for perpetration of gender-based violence by individuals, government officials, private sector, and society overall. Pillar 2 it focuses on strengthening the prevention, which includes basic education and the society itself, that they have a role to play in preventing gender-based violence. Pillar 3 seeks to improve access to criminal justice system. Pillar 4 seeks to address largely the ineffective and insensitive response to the needs of survivors and those working to support them. Pillar 5 advocates for economic empowerment for women, because without the economic power, women will continue being subjected to gender-based violence and other forms of abuse. Pillar 6 advocates for a deeper understanding of the scale and nature of gender-based violence in the country, while improving data systems to support effective implementation and understanding of the impact of the NSP. Above all, the approach is to emphasize localization of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence at community and individual levels. Currently, we're conducting training on the National Strategic Plan. We've partnered with SALGA. We're also working with municipalities and others in order to train on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. And the next training will be on the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation. The department is in the process of developing a framework on coordinating the national machinery. GEODI, we call it GEODI, it's for Gender, Youth and Disability, an integrated framework. Before I finish, I'd just like to say that achieving 50-50 equity in participation and representation of women and girls across all sectors in life will ensure that their voices are part of the decision making and will ensure that they contribute in the direction of the debate. The current debate on what macroeconomic policy framework will be able to ensure growth and redistribution tend to focus more on managing the economy, leaving it intact, rather than on the need to change the patterns of ownership and control of the economy. This debate does not guarantee women the power to access resources and ownership. Economics is about the power to access resources and ownership of resources. Therefore, women's relationship to resources and their ability to secure resources is at the heart of women's empowerment and gender equality. The acceleration of women's, young persons, and persons with disabilities economic empowerment is critical for addressing equality in our country, as we know that our country has a problem of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your input. Before I invite the honorable members to interact with your presentation, can I then request that the other two ladies who are supposed to make inputs to please come in? I'll therefore invite Shoki Shabalala to then make a presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that presentation. Shoki?
Thank you.
Oops, all right. Chair of Chairs, I'm not sure I'm getting an echo, whether it's from my side. Let me switch. I'm just testing. Is it better now? Okay.
It is far much better.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Madam Sizagele Nkosi Malobani, Honorable Chair of the Multi-Party, Madam Togo Makakula, members of the Multi-Party and from the local government, the Director General of the Department of Women, all protocol observed. Good morning. I really feel at home this morning because this is the very forum that worked with me in particular for a very long time and mentored me. And thank you for affording us an opportunity as a department to talk you through our key programs and some of the institutional mechanisms that we have put in place as a department in an effort to implement the task at hand. I will request that the presentation be reflected, or should I just do it quickly on my side? Osdineo, I forwarded the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, it will be flighted now.
Okay, thank you. All right. SDG already indicated earlier on, our role whilst the presentation is being flighted is that of a regulatory one. We operate within a regulatory space, and therefore above everything in terms of coordinating advocacy and all, we make sure that there's policies, that there's norms and minimum standards, that there is appropriate legislation. We inform the programmatic intervention and what should actually be there to be responsive to the needs of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Thank you for the presentation. We can start with the next slide. We will start with the country gender indicator framework, and I'm providing background to it. The department has developed the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation, as well as the auditing framework, and that was adopted by Cabinet. This country indicator framework supplements what we call GRBP-MEA policy, and it strengthens government's ability to plan for and to measure progress towards gender equality and empowerment of women. The framework is the backbone of the planning, the budgeting, the monitoring, and evaluation stages in the GRBP-MEA framework, as abbreviated. The inclusion of gender indicators and targets in planning and budgeting instruments is actually essential in laying the basis for the allocation of resources for us to be able to achieve any set targets, as well as the generation of gender performance data. The first framework was developed in 2018-2019, and it was subsequently revised, and it was updated in 2019-2020, so that it gets incorporated into the draft of the medium-term strategic framework gender indicators. It was further revised in 2020-21 to incorporate a wider range of indicators from international instruments such as CEDAW. It should be noted that with the inclusion of the youth and the disability components to the departments, the framework actually contains some of the youth and the disability indicators as reflected in the MTS priorities. Next slide. It contains a set of indicators which should be incorporated into government planning and budgeting instruments and program design and implementation, against which government will monitor progress on international, regional, and national gender commitments that we are supposed to report on. It is based on an overall theory of change, which positions program outcomes as contributing towards gender outcomes and impacts at the country level. It draws from a range of existing normative instruments and indicator frameworks at a global, regional, and national level. It is aligned with the relevant gender indicators across Sustainable Development Goals, the AGDI ones, SADC ones, as well as the National Development Plan, throughout the medium-term strategic framework and other relevant policies. For purposes of simplicity and effective utilization across the state machinery, the framework consists of two main domains, which are country-level development indicators and program performance indicators. It contains a set of indicators which government will use in order to plan and monitor progress on those instruments. Next slide. And this is mainly around the national gender commitments. The objectives are to serve as a resource that government can use to inform gender responsive planning, budgeting, and program design for all spheres of government, to create a tool for the government to track performance against national and international gender commitments, identifies government departments involved in planning, measuring, and monitoring country-level indicators, provides information needed by the department to engage with the departments on gender indicators as well as targets, and encouraging individual departments and agencies to identify those sectoral, institutional, and program level indicators that contribute to the achievement of country level indicators. Next slide. The framework identified and outlined indicators as categorized in three levels. At global level, which we have global indicators, and they serve two primary purposes. Firstly, they are designed to be universal and trace improvement in key dimensions of human development and global commons. But secondly, global indicators signal to countries gender priorities that must be translated into gender responsive interventions, and they must be tracked and measured regularly. Next slide. From the following instruments, indicators were identified. It's now the CEDAW itself. I won't go into details. The Beijing Platform for Action. Next slide. I think members can read. It specifies the specific article and where to find what, the SDGs themselves, including the regional indicators as well, that members can read. Next slide. On regional directors is the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality, the African Gender Development Index, as well as the SADC Gender Protocol Alliance. Next slide. There are also national indicators, and we have clarified where you find them exactly. How many do we have as indicators? How many are there as outcomes? And how many are there for intervention? And I think at some point, we will make sure that after this session, we create a Google link that will then take you to the documents that you will forward to yourselves. The very indicator framework, the National Strategic Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. It's quite a few documents that we saw fit that post this session, we are supposed to share them with members so that members can familiarize themselves with those documents. Next slide. The last updated framework was in 2019. In 2020-21, updates have been included to ensure alignment with the latest available gender indicators. The conceptual framework was enhanced with indicators linked to CEDAW, as well as the SDGs. Further, those indicators from the final version of 2019-24 were also updated. Next slide. Some of the challenges is access and availability of data, particularly disaggregated data in terms of sex, age, and disabilities, and it makes it very difficult to track the mainstreaming as well as institutionalization of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Very few departments are able to provide performance data at the expected frequencies to empower decision makers in terms of the processes that they normally embark upon in contributing to the outcomes for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We'll take the next slide. As part of advocating and institutionalizing the framework, it is therefore proposed that the approved framework be presented in the decision-making structures like our DG clusters so that we continue and facilitate buy-in from all of them. This will ensure that there is effective implementation at all levels, even in government. Next slide. As we conclude on this slide in particular, it remains a living document, this framework. It is updated based on revised indicators on the global, regional, and national levels. The monitoring tools associated with it are also updated accordingly, and the progress on the performance of the indicators as identified in the framework will actually form part of regular annual performance monitoring reports. So that is the strategic posture we are taking on this framework. We will take the other issues as well. On gender-based violence, it is quite clear that it is a very pervasive structural human rights problem, and the extent of it at this point is alarming to a point where it has been declared a national crisis. Women, including youth and persons with disabilities, the LGBTQIA, as well as children, are mostly affected. They are not safe, whether it's at school, whether it's higher education. We seem to be all still grappling with the scourge, but there are systems in place, there are programs and policies. Ours is to fast track and upscale implementation. Next slide. The cabinet approved the NSP. The establishment of a National Council on Gender-Based Violence was also approved. We don't have the National Council in place at this stage, but because in the declaration, one of the key requirements is that we develop legislation. As we speak, the department is currently concluding and working on the process of the legislation itself, which legislation will finally inform the nature and the form of the council as purported by the National Strategic Plan. We do have an interministerial committee to tackle gender-based violence. If you read the NSP that we will share with yourselves, it is very clear on our vision and our mission and our scope, but ultimately it sets out to provide a cohesive strategic framework that guides the national response to gender-based violence. It seeks to harness all to respond and is not a problem for government. It is a matter that affects society as a whole, and it requires a comprehensive response and a multi-sectoral approach. The whole issue of uncoordinated, fragmented approaches are actually addressed by Pillar 1 that seeks to address issues of accountability and coordination, and that is led purely by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities across all tiers of government. Next slide. These are the pillars I will not talk to them, but the most critical one is pillar number 2, which says we need to put more resources on prevention. We need to rebuild social cohesion. Our triangle must be turned the other way around so that the bigger part is more on prevention, allocation of resources there, and we have minimal interventions at a reactive level, but we are more proactive in the work that we are doing, improving the justice system and making sure that in terms of response, care, and support, we are well poised as government. There's no secondary victimization that is eliminated, but that economic power is at the epicenter of our work so that women do not sustain relationships because of economic reasons. But we are not purporting that women should always walk away from relationships, but in instances where they have to, they should feel economically empowered and not be reliant on their partners, but be self-reliant. Next slide. This one seeks to summarize everything else that I have alluded to. It's a slide that can be read and it gives you a better picture. But if you look at 5, it's about localization of the strategy. As long as we are not working hard with municipalities and going down there through provincial structures and make sure that it is within the district development model and that within the wards we activate the manner in which we work with communities, there is no way we will fight the sketch and tackle it successfully. So that is basically what we are doing. One of the things that we are doing is that we've partnered with the taxi industries within our 365 days campaign. We will be branding the taxis, at least that will become our mobile billboards. We'll be working with the liquor industries and we will be making sure that at the end of the day, these issues are tackled closely at the local level. We have trained taxi drivers, mostly are men, but there's women, because we're noting that women are also victims within the taxi rank themselves, around the taxi rank, in the taxi itself. Some of them, they bought the taxis, they don't even reach their destination. They get raped as well, and all of those things. So we have intensified our campaign with the 2 national taxi associations, and work is progressing quite satisfactorily. We can take the next slide. In terms of roles and responsibilities, the IMC comprises 6 ministers led by our own minister, 1 from the Department of Justice, 1 from SAPS, 1 from Social Development, from Department of Public Service and Administration. That is where we will even begin to intensify the machineries and formalizing them and addressing the issues of structures as well. So in all, there are 6, and they seem to be working in unison in addressing these issues. We can take the next slide. On the previous slide, I forgot to mention that National Strategic Plan is a standing agenda item of all the structures of government, be it the DG clusters, cabinet structures, and all. Even at parliamentary, the oversight framework, oversight structures have been requested to monitor the National Strategic Plan. So no one can shy away from implementing the National Strategic Plan in ending gender-based violence. We report at every structure. It is cumbersome, it is tiring, because it's like every week we're at every DG fora, but that's the only forum where we can indicate where DGs are not doing well and which department is not pulling their part and holding them accountable in line with the pillar 1 of the NSP. Next slide. We've clarified roles and responsibilities. I won't belabor this point. We can take the next slide. On disability, the key issue here is reasonable accommodation and universal access plan to introduce and present the 2 national strategic frameworks on reasonable accommodation and universal design based on human rights perspective related to disability. The purpose of the universal design framework is to integrate universal design and to access this into the work. It's in the same presentation, do not go out. The same presentation that you had talks to all the issues that we were requested to talk to as a department. Apologies for that, members. Let's go to the same slide under disability so that we then address issues that pertains to the disability function. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, the frameworks are, okay. There's issues of definitions that we seek to address and clarify in the framework. Disability itself, that it is imposed by society when a person with physical, intellectual, psychosocial, neurological, and other sensory impairment is denied access to full participation in all aspects of life, and when society itself is failing to uphold the rights and the specific needs of individuals with impairments. But it is an evolving concept by its own definition. We've defined what reasonable accommodation means. It refers to necessary and appropriate modification and adjustments, as well as assistive devices and technology, not imposing a situation where needed in a particular case to ensure persons with disability enjoy and exercise their rights on equal basis with others. On universal design, it is about designing the design of products as well as the environment in terms of even the programs that we are providing. Next slide. We'll be just left with youth, and it's a very brief one. We've outlined the legislative mandates, and it includes justice, good governance, responsive institutions, and consumer rights, access to our courts, to our police stations, and all of that. We're not yet there on this one, I must indicate, particularly within the criminal justice system. Now that we have a national strategic plan with clear targets and indicators on gender-based violence, we are now engaging the respective departments, and we are raising the gender issues, the disability issues for their respective departments, and we are requesting them to start putting mechanisms in place and systems in place for inclusion of persons with disabilities in terms of the work that we are doing. It cannot be right that only able-bodied persons will be able to access the criminal justice system and persons with disabilities are in the periphery. Social protection is key. Employment and business opportunities to access finance is another area. The exclusion, the financial exclusion of persons with disabilities is also a problem area that needs to be addressed. Humanitarian action, disaster management, housing and settlement development, transport issues, whether it's air or land and sea, must be accessible to public space and to rural persons. Education and skills development is also key, as well as employment business opportunities for persons with disabilities, but they must make sure that there's compliance with legislation in everything that we are doing. Next slide. Issues of employment business opportunities are key. Education is key. Sports and culture in promoting sports for persons with disabilities. Health and wellness issues, they are limited. There's more that still needs to be done, as well as justice and good governance issues are key. Housing and settlement development is also limited. So these are the areas where we need to work hard collectively, and us playing that regulatory role and monitoring government departments as well as private sector in this area of work with key partners, of course, because alone we won't make it. Next slide. We've outlined the principles for universal design. Members can read for themselves. Next slide. And some of them relate to not only reasonable, those principles, but they also are spanning through reasonable accommodation as well. Basically, it's about non-discrimination, effective participation and inclusion in society, respecting for difference and acceptance of persons with disabilities, affording equal opportunities, issues of accessibility, equality between men and women, irrespective of whether they're able-bodied or they are persons with disabilities, and the capacities of children within disabilities should also be respected and also be attended to at a programmatic level. Next slide. It comprises those strategic pillars. Members can read for themselves, but key one is removing the barriers. That one is important, in promoting and protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. Next slide. The two frameworks will be put through the cabinet system. The cabinet should approve these frameworks in terms of how we envisage that to unfold by the 30th of April, and government departments and other spheres of government both at provincial and local level, will be expected to implement those tools if we are to realize our policy directives of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. Next slide. On youth, that is the few slides, I think there are 3 or so. Like the rest of the continent and developing countries within the globe, South Africa is a home for youth and a youthful population. We are aware that we have a youth bulge, and it is young people between the age of 18 to 34, and the persons will be one in 4 persons will be between the ages of 15 to 29 between now and 2030. Young people are in an important subsector of society because they represent the future. South African government has over the last 12 years, developed policies and strategies as well as plan of action to improve the well-being of the youth. South Africa's national youth policy is developed for all young people in the country with a focus of past. It defines the youth. It is mindful of the global economic challenges that are faced by young people. It identifies the policy priorities that we need to focus on. These interventions aim to enable optimal development for young people, both as individuals and as members of society. Next slide. In developing the youth policy, we have partnered with the UNFPA and NYDA. Unlike previous youth policies, this policy is for a 10-year period. It is in line with the National Development Plan, the UN strategy. After extensive consultations, Cabinet approved it finally. It is a cross-sectoral policy aimed at redressing the wrongs. The policy proposes interventions for positive development of young people. It places the youth as key players in their own development, and it outlines policy priorities, and it proposes key interventions that are geared towards changing the lives of young people for the better. We'll take the next slide. It was launched in March 2020. Stakeholders from international organizations, AU Commission participated there, as well as government multilateral organizations, NYDA, Black Business Council. We've listed all of them. It was mainstreamed live on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook and Instagram because we felt we needed to expand our reach. Next slide. It makes few policy proposals at a level of quality education, skills and second chances, economic transformation, entrepreneurship and job creation, physical and mental health promotion. We've listed all the key areas under each one of them. I think members can read that in the interest of time, but it spans from quality access to early childhood development, issues of developing teachers, a reform of the curriculum, issues of technology, but also issues of making sure that on entrepreneurship, you implement the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, economic reconstruction and recovery plan that is youth responsive. You implement as well as address issues of employment scheme involving youth on land reform, rural development, agricultural value chain, because that's where we should be focusing our efforts in dealing with young people. But on physical and mental health, supporting healthy lifestyles through physical and mental health promotions, mental health issues, gender-based violence is key here, issues of sexual reproductive health and rights, which we normally abbreviate as SRHR, all of these are key, and COVID and HIV and AIDS. Slide. It addresses issues of social cohesion. We've listed the issues below, and effective response with youth development by strengthening the machineries and ensuring that there's effective coordination across all spheres. Next slide. These are our key targets: young women, young youth with disabilities, including young men, youth from rural areas, youth from informal settlements, unemployed youth, youth in the need category, as well as all the vulnerable youth. Next slide. We have partnered with UNFPA in developing our monitoring and evaluation system. The system would be accessible to all those implementing youth programs. It has framework tools, but guideline documents to enable collection of reliable data. The system will describe that approach, the approach that we need to follow in producing credible and accurate data in the work that we are doing. Next slide. At present, this M&E framework is currently being consulted upon. A detailed M&E plan with objectives, qualitative and quantitative indicators, baselines and target, and plans of data collection, reporting, analysis, and use will also be developed. The implementing agents will report against those set targets. Consultation on the M&E framework will continue from April up until May. In line with 4IR, an online reporting system is being conceptualized, and we are working with UNICEF and UNFPA to ensure that reporting is improved and it's evidence-based and it's accurate. Next slide. We've drafted the Integrated Youth Development Strategy to give effect to the National Youth Policy. The IYDS outlines those tangible actions. It is envisaged that it will ensure provision of a coordinated package of services for young people. NYDA is consulting young people and stakeholders in the youth development space on national consultations are planned for March. And once they are finalized, they will be costed and they will be processed to cabinet for approval. Next slide. As a department, we will conduct capacity building on M&E. There will be also continuous popularization of the policy. It won't stop here. We are cognizant of the fact that young people in rural communities, sometimes because of data and due to the impact of COVID-19, because we can't reach out easily and travel, that sometimes they are left out, but we are devising mechanisms to work with municipalities, even to a point where we've made provision in our budget to say, how best can we budget for data and share that with relevant structures so that they can be in a position to also access and can deal with the issues that affect them as young people. There will be strategic engagements physically and virtually across all spheres, and we will identify young ambassadors across the country. Procurement of Braille version is being concluded, and a shorter version of the policy with infographics is being finalized because people felt it was too long, complicated, and all of that. So we do have a short version, but we encourage people to read a comprehensive policy. The policy is being translated into all official languages, and the languages are with DSEC as well, in English, Venda, Siswati, Sesotho. They will be available currently, so that at the end of the day, no one can say, I've been left out. The documents are communicating only in English, even though we know it is the key official language. Next slide. In thanking you, members, I want to indicate, and I'm reminded by the last slide, that on these matters, we've already started, particularly in relation to economic pillar. We've already partnered with South African Women Lawyers Association from all across the province for different languages. We have formulated a training program on economic empowerment. We've simplified it to discuss issues like what is SARS, how to work with SARS, what is tendering, how to tender, where to go, what is CEDA, how to access services of CEDA, and all of that. It's a comprehensive one. We will be going on air in the next week or two in all the different languages. We're encouraging women to link up, to learn and be empowered, because as long as women don't have the information and not empowered, they will not know how to trade with government. And for us, that is key. What are the governance issues? What are the requirements? And when we did this, I realized that even us as officials, we learned a lot because we worked with various structures, economic development departments, small business and all, and we are all empowered, and we will be talking to the community. We will be making information available so that you can also tune in, whether it's in Afrikaans, whether it's in Shivenda and Siswati, we all have them well poised to deal with the issues on the economic empowerment, targeting women across all spheres of government and rural communities. I'd like to thank you there, Chairperson. If it took too long, apologies, because I've combined all the presentations on behalf of the department. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much, Sophie. presentation by yourself.
Apologies, Chair. It's quiet on my side. I'm not so sure whether the session is still on or I've missed out.
The reason why it is quiet is because I've muted myself because I was told that the mic I am using is connected to the system. Can you hear me now?
It's better. My apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Machi. What I was saying is thank you very much for making yourself available, and thank you for the presentation you made to the workshop. And I was requesting that instead of members interacting with what you have just presented now, we wait until the honorable speaker make a presentation, and we will all then interact or engage on what was presented from the first speaker, which was our chair, then your colleague from the department, and yourself will also engage with what the honorable speaker is actually going to present now. So I'm requesting you to make yourself to actually stay with us. I'm hoping that you're going to stay with us until the end of the workshop, but stay with us until we are able to engage with your presentation, and you can respond if there are any comments or questions from the honorable members. Is that okay with you, Shoki?
That's okay with me, Chair. And as soon as we're done, we will request to be excused because we still have EXCO, the one that DG is attending, and we're expected to also attend. But we'll wait until the speaker is done, and we will engage and request that we be kindly excused.
Okay, no problem. Let me then, without wasting time, invite our honorable speaker to then make a presentation. Honorable speaker.
Speaker is on mute. Chair. Muted, Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Okay. Let me greet the leadership of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, led by the Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Committees, the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, the Chairperson of the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentary Association, members of the Provincial Legislature, different chairpersons of committees. Minister Lentheng Mekgwe was here earlier on, the DG and the team. And Shoki, I was saying we miss you in Gauteng, but we're also happy that you are spreading your wings throughout South Africa, because that's where your skills, knowledge is needed throughout South Africa. All our stakeholders that are connected virtually, but also those that are here in the venue, ladies and gentlemen, and the staff led by Mayor Dineo Nkomo. The last time I attended a training with Dineo, she was called something else. Then later I was told that Dineo Nkomo is here, and I said, but who is this person? And I learned that is the same person that I attended the training with Italy International Labour Organization. But thank you very much. We are all welcome. Allow me, Chair of the session,
to actually greet everyone in this important strategic session of the Gauteng Multi-Party Women's Caucus. And let me also indicate that as the Gauteng Legislature Multi-Party Women's Forum, we are a forum of the GPL women parliamentarians from across party lines, whose common interest in the economic and socio-political well-being of women in Gauteng unites all of us. It served as an advisory and influencing entity with respect to driving the gender agenda in the business of the legislature. We are at a pivotal moment for women's rights. For many years, women have been calling for equality. That is their right. They are telling their story and shaking the pillars of patriarchy. They are telling their stories and provoking important and necessary conversations. Everywhere, women are saying the time is now. Time for an end to violence against women and children. Women are insisting on a lasting change. The novel coronavirus has altered our day-to-day routine. Hence, our meetings have taken a shift as part of the new normal, meeting digitally in most cases. But I'm, however, delighted to be with you as we meet for our annual strategic session with our partners in the women's struggles for gender equality. We are not only strategizing for the next 12 months, but also celebrating the activism and the transformative power of women and the girl child. Over the past few years, important progress on women empowerment has been made, and I think Shoki and the DG were also alluding to that point, but it has been slow and uneven. We must continue to unite to end violence and discrimination against women and girls. We must work together irrespective of our political party lines to empower women and expand opportunities in politics, business, and beyond. I recall at some stage at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we had a nursery or a creche, and we have since closed down because it was only meant for party leaders. Now that we're having young blood, young women and young men who have since joined, but including our staff who just had children, others are still planning their lives, we need to bring back that nursery or a creche so that they must not be far away from their own children. We must back up our resolve with resources because we know investments in gender equality yield great returns across society. I often say that this is not a time for tinkering, it is a time for transformation. To be truly transformative, all socio-economic sectors' development agenda must prioritize gender equality and women empowerment. Women's voices and full participation is central. There is overwhelming evidence that investing in women is the most effective way to lift communities, organizations, as well as countries. We must keep the multi-party women's caucus strong with progressive programs. It must remain a vehicle to advance women's interests across sections of society. Our municipal leaders, especially women, who are here led by the speakers, but also the gender machinery in those municipal institutions, must actually help us to advance women's interests across sections of society. We also need to be active participants in supporting the multi-party women's caucus in advancing its strategic mission and vision, united by a common interest in respect of the economic and socio-political well-being of women in Gauteng. But I also need to remind members that as I was watching the news in the past 2 days, I was overwhelmed but also frustrated by the attack that happened in Mozambique. And the view that I saw was of young children, mothers, especially mothers breastfeeding their children in the field because they were running away from the insurgents. And I'm sure as the Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Associations of the Gauteng Legislature, we need to actually echo our voices against that attack, irrespective of where it comes from. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Thogo Makakula, and your collective, I want to thank you very much for your continued leadership in this particular regard of the gender activism. The emancipation of women has remained relevant since time immemorial. which led to the adoption of the first Women's Charter in 1954 during the founding conference of the Federation of South African Women. The vision lived on, and as a result, the first democratic parliament of our country adopted the Women's Charter for effective equality in 1994. We are just over 25 years since the adoption of the Women's Charter for effective equality in 1994. And we all know that last year we also participated as a Gauteng Legislature in ensuring that we also review the Women's Charter. This historical record provides us with a comprehensive insight that progressive social change is a painstaking process that is fraught with moments of rapid advance, stagnation, and confusion. It is my firm conviction that women must be at the decision-making table at all levels. We all must do our part or break the glass ceilings and open the doors of opportunity. I am honored, therefore, honorable members and colleagues, and proud to be with you in the next 2 days of our strategic engagements. I welcomed all of you, and I wish to take this opportunity. Thank you very much, Chair of Committees, for affording me this opportunity, but wishing you all well in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's very unfortunate that you welcome us after two presenters, but we really appreciate your kind words, but also we appreciate the input that you made during your welcoming address. Honorable members and councillors from different municipalities, this is the time for you to engage with the three presentations, or four presentations rather, by the chair who actually opened this session, but also from our senior officials from the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities, on behalf of the Minister, but as well as the Honorable Speaker of Gauteng Legislature. I will then please indicate through raising of hands your desire to either ask questions, comment, or make a general input on what was said earlier. I'll now open the floor for you, honorable members, councillors, and other participants to please enter into discussions. There is Kidiboni Diale, whose hand is up. You are noted, ma'am. Let me also check if there's any other people who want to speak. There's Dikhamela. You will be number 2, ma'am. Thank you very much. Any other person? Okay. For now, we've got the 2 honorable members who have raised their hand who want to engage with the presentations. Honorable Diale.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thanks to the presenters. I don't have good connectivity where I am, so I request that I shouldn't switch on my camera. And I might have missed, but I listened to the presentation from the Office of the Minister on Women, Youth and People with Disability, as well as the second presentation. Chair of Chairs, I didn't hear them. I might have missed them, but I don't hear them speaking of the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill. Where is it? Why is it not yet approved by Parliament? And secondly is, in their presentation, I think for those of us who have been in the sector for quite some time, I think to a larger extent, we don't do justice in giving account of the work that we've been doing as a country. How far are we? I know I was in a gender unit in a municipality at some point in my life, and those who are coming from municipalities will tell you that, and there's been studies, I think Salga and I forgot, one of the national departments did a study on gender units within municipalities and their strength and how they are capacitated. And I've not seen any implementation of the recommendations from those reports as sanctioned by SALGA and that other institution that I forgot. I don't know, but it wasn't a Department of Women and Youth. So I'm just saying, how far are we and what strides are we making? I see you are presenting frameworks and strategies, but they are never implemented, especially at municipal level where it matters most. So I'm just concerned as we give reports to the international gender machinery, are we really making a dent within the country? And how are we communicating that if really there's something that we are doing? Because if you listen to all the statistics from Stats SA and from wherever other research units, women still bear the brand. The face of poverty is still female. The face of inequality in South Africa is still female. When you speak of unemployment, we are talking more about women and it is also female. And we have all these frameworks, the Constitution speaks about it. You come to the government departments, they're not reaching targets when we have all these frameworks. So I'm just asking the department, because it's the one that must oversee and ensure effective implementation of all these frameworks. What is it that they are doing and what steps are they starting to take? I know CGE to a certain extent try to summon, they just summon, and when you check, there's always no results as to how are these municipal managers responding to what CGE tells them to do, or what you as a department that oversees on behalf of everybody else in the country tell them to do. But there's just lack of implementation. And how are we putting measures in place to ensure that there's accountability and implementation on issues of women empowerment and gender equality? Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diale. I will now request Honorable Di Khamela to come in. And Diale, can you bring down your hand, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. And thank you very much for the presentations and the welcome that we have received. I'm also was having a bit of a challenge in terms of network at home. It doesn't happen like this, but today was a little bit of a challenge. There is some noise, but let me. I'm not sure if we do. Chair of Chairs, you can mute, please. Yes. On the appointment, I'm not sure where does it fit, but there seem to be a little bit of a challenge in terms of appointing women in senior positions, and appointing women with living with disabilities also remain a challenge. And I'm not sure if we do have some time frames to address those, because certain reports, most of the time, you find that women in senior positions and women with disabilities or people with disabilities continuously remain a challenge. And I think, I don't know, how can we speed up this as these ministries or this women caucus to ensure that women in those positions, they also find themselves? How can this be improved? The second thing is the issue of language. I have seen that there is somewhere the other presentation was saying quality education or quality education skills and second chances. I think it was presented by Shoki, second chances. Now, when you bring the issue of second chances, I'm now thinking, how can we use other languages to improve this one? Because perpetually we've got two languages that are dominating in our education system, which is English and Afrikaans. And yet we've got 11 official languages. How can we improve so that these second chances, they don't remain where they are. Maybe it's not even to start at the second chances from how can we make sure that if our children go to school, there is a special school that is dealing with either Sepedi or Zulu, they do mathematics in that language. I think it can reduce the second chances at the later stage, because I'm not sure, but I'm just, when the presentation was going on, I was thinking, how can we improve other languages so that they are also being used to improve the level of education within our people. So those are the just few things that I was thinking of when I was listening. But the other thing is the issue of gender-based violence, which is mostly affecting women. I'm not sure, do we have any plan, a long-term plan to deal with this? Because this, as it was mentioned, is the second pandemic. How do we deal with this? Because according to some reports, sometime I have learned that in mortuaries, every other death, you find that is somebody who was killed, a woman who was killed by an intimate partner in many of our mortuaries, maybe particularly in Gauteng. I'm just concerned, what is it that we can do drastically as women to reduce this, because it's like a perpetual thing that I'm not sure if we will ever one day be able to defeat it. What can we teach our children currently so that later on, when they are adult, they can not participate in gender-based violence? Because I think we are dealing with it as it is happening. I'm not sure, maybe because I'm not that involved in this issue. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for raising those issues. I would actually like to raise some few issues based on the presentation that was made by the four speakers. The first issue that I want to raise, and also thank the office of the minister, that at least in South Africa now, the issue of patriarchy as well as the abuse of women and children is a big agenda. And every speech, particularly important speeches made by the president, it does actually indicate that we as a country need to fight against gender-based violence or gender-based violence in our country. And I think we really need to appreciate that for the first time in the country, the leader of the country is now really attempting to address the issue of patriarchy. But I must also indicate that it's not enough, because we still have serious challenges of gender-based violence, but also words will always remain words as long as we don't see action or the reduction of abuse of women and children in our country. But we also, if we don't see action in terms of numbers increasing of women being in serious position, and I really mean serious position. Most of the positions that are so-called serious are always reserved for men, and our job is to then either deputize or be in soft positions. We also want to be ministers of minerals and other positions that men. We also want to be ministers of finance of this country, like in any other country. So I think it is important that the president must also put his imali yakhe lapho umlomo wakhe ukhona, or the other way around, of making sure that serious positions are also reserved for women. The other issue that I want to raise, Shoki, with the team, is the issue of us really addressing the issue of patriarchy in South Africa. South Africa is still a patriarchal society, and we can't pretend that nothing is. I'll make an example. Just here in Gauteng Legislature, The first committee that was a target of being eliminated was GOD, a committee that forces departments to account on a daily basis on what they are doing for women, presenting numbers on good jobs, on good positions that are made available for women, but also presenting numbers in terms of businesses being given to, or contracts being given to women, because that was a threat to patriarchy, a threat to men who don't believe that women need to be empowered on their own. They must always that committee by the ruling party, by the way, or governing party, was actually eliminated, and we all agreed as women that we need to get rid of that particular committee. I think one of the things that we agreed as this caucus was to really request the ruling party to reintroduce Jody in Gauteng, but also, if not Jody, then a committee that will just focus on women and people with disabilities. I think we are attempting to address issues of youth, but I think it's time that we really focus in empowering women for real. The other issue that I want to raise is the issues of children with disabilities, particularly girl children with disabilities, who are always a target for abuse, because sometimes or they can't fight back. Quite a number of teenage girls who are disabled have become pregnant and were forced to actually abort them because no one wants to take responsibility of what happened to that child, but also because that pregnancy might pose as a danger to that child. And I think it is time that we try and also focus on those children, because nabo bangabantu. And when we talk abuse, we never think of people with disabilities, particularly children with disabilities. The other issue, Shoki, that I think the department have not done a lot is the abuse that widows experience after they've lost their partners. It is very unfortunate in this country that we still believe that every man who dies, agafanga ngoba noma ngafela ka-cherry yakhe konje yini cherry ku-mistress yakhe, noma ngafela ka-mistress yakhe, it will always be the woman that have killed him, not a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or a girlfriend itself have killed him. It will always be the wife that has actually killed him. You also get you are also abused. Whatever that you're supposed to benefit as a spouse, as a partner, people will attempt to remove it from you, irrespective of the contract that you have with your husband, which is sometimes in community of property. If the contract is different, it's understandable. But I think it's time that we actually come up with laws that will really protect widows from the families, and also from communities, from abuse that they experience on a daily basis. But I think it's also important that not as women, I want to raise this issue. There's nothing wrong with getting out of a marriage if the marriage is not working, particularly if the marriage is actually abusive. How is after you have divorced? You know, we always treat women after they've divorced with a for example, anyway. There's nothing wrong with deciding as opposed to have someone who will always be there to bring happiness. You know, because there you don't negotiate with anyone, you negotiate with your moods. So as I think it's time that we respect women who decide to choose to be on their own, either after the divorce or they never decided to get married. Women's League, by the way, Speaker, they will be the first one to ukuchange ube yihoho ukuthi uzwile untombi udivozile bamlahlile or untombi akana boyfriend, you know. So untombi mengafuni ukuba ne-boyfriend, afuni ukuba ne-boyfriend, afuni stress, yabona. And if you want out, and that's it. So I think we really need, as a society, and this one is not directed to the presenters, it's directed to all of us who are actually participants in this meeting. Anyway, some of you are more happily married with a makeup, with a blue eye ngaphansi kwe makeup. Always you'll be happily married, you know, that you pretend that you are happy when you are actually not happy, because you know society will shame you if you decide to get out of a relationship. They go out, and I'm saying this boldly anyway, and I hope that balalele. Amadoda umezwa ukuthi ayazile ayisezwakali lento uyahamba, but thina noma sekanoshukela siyahlala, why kumele ukuthi ngihlale kanti awusajabulanga ntombi yaba ngibekezelele ini? Why mina kumele ukuthi ngimbekezelele? Uma ngiphethe amadolo akangibekezeleli, mara ufuna ukuthi yena mephethe ushukela ngimbekezelele. And I think it's important that we prioritize our happiness as women, and we as leaders here should be the first to be open about it. Open about it. When there was China second and you know, that's China conference, Beijing. You know, one of the things that were discussed there were issues about women putting themselves first and us stopping pretending. Pretend and fake as fake. And I think it is time that women should be freed, Pinky. And when you raise issues, and agree or disagree with you without actually being targeted later. The other issue I thought about the office of the minister was going to raise was the issue of how far are we in this country in terms of Uktwala, percentage-wise? Because remember, we took a resolution of which that thing is actually outlawed. It is rape to Uktwala, umntwana wentombazana, or force a child wentombazana to be married to a ihohangayaz. So I think it is important that through this office, audits are made about the decisions that we have taken or about policies that we have actually developed in this country. So I'm interested to know what happens to that and how far are we in terms of that particular issue. And I'm happy that the speaker, when opening the meeting, she actually raised the issue of wars, that it's not only formal wars like the ones that are happening in every activity, any violence, women and children are the first to feel the pain. And I think it is time that we become very loud on the issue as Mozambique, but also very loud in this country on issues that every time when there is violence, I mean, gangsters in CDB, the people who suffer most are actually the women from those battles, Zama gangsters in those areas. And again, from the office of the minister, have we done audits on rape cases? I know in Gauteng we used to do that, checking on an annual basis on all the cases that have been reported and where perpetrators have been arrested. We'll follow up and check if people are serving the so-called right sentences, because some of them get away with 5 years in prison after a rape umntwana 8 years, which is nonsense. Umntwana 5 years were expecting a life sentence. So an audit by this department will actually be important to check ukuthi si kwenzakalani ngama cases elokuza rape. And last but not least is the issue of, we took a decision when the president was launching the poisons, I think it was poisons, we actually agreed the sexual offences unit and so sexual offences court that was launched was a life sentence must be life sentence. Life sentence must be life sentence. Umuntu angaphumi after 18 years anikezwe ilo. A 25-year-old akaphuma after will still be in his 30s and active and will continue raping others. So what we want to know is how far are we with the Department of Justice, with making sure that life sentence become a life sentence. A person stays in prison not for 25 years, but actually stay in prison for life. Ngizobuya kulento ye-real men don't rape, because I actually don't believe there's anything called real men. There's men, and women get raped by men. Abafundile nabangafundanga, abangcolile nabaclean, they all rape. So this thing of pretending that there are certain men that are different from others is actually unacceptable. Until men boldly, majority of them in this country, lead in terms of fighting GBV, then we can actually be able to label them. But Ogamanje, it is men that rape women, and it is men that rape children. Finish and because of finish and there's a question from Linduela Sindo. They say, Chairperson, can we ask the department to share with us how far are they with the implementation of gender responsive budget? Is there any other question? Yeah, Honorable Mekgwe.
Apologies, Chair. I'm getting a silence mode. I'm not sure whether I've lost connectivity. It's quiet on my side.
The last time Chair of Chairs was talking was when inviting, was she inviting Shoki?
All right.
Okay, should I be responding now?
I thought she was inviting Busisi and Mekgwe to also give some input.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I just want to add on what you have raised about the widows who get harassed and stripped of all the assets that they have with the husband, without them going to court, which the process is too long, and also once you get that protection order, also you have a problem. Also, maybe you get killed in the process, and as and when you get that protection order, all those assets will be gone and you are left with nothing. So where should they go to in terms of the protection? So that, because it is a problem, like for instance, if I can be personal, there is umakoti wakiti who lost her husband, was shot at last year, and they have taxis, more than 60 taxis. They want everything, whereas she has 30 children, which the husband, other children, he had to adopt them, and all these children are there, and the harassment is unbearable as we speak. So where do they go to? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mekgwe. I didn't hear what Dikhamela said was Honorable Mekgwe was speaking. Honorable Dikhamela, you can come in before I allow our presenters to respond to the comments. And Honorable Mekgwe, you can bring down your hand now. Honorable
Sorry.
Mekgwe, come in.
Sorry, Chair of Chairs, I think there was a bit of confusion. I think Shoki wanted to come in. Then I only was saying Chair of Chairs invited Honorable Mekgwe to speak before the responses. That's only what I said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I then allow the presenters to respond to the comments and questions that were raised by the floor? I will start with you, Shoki.
Thank you, Chair. I am with my colleagues. I think they will also respond, particularly on the youth one, as well as the one on the how far we are with the GRBP MEA. I need to indicate, Chair, that looking at the time that was allocated for the department and the topic, national perspective on governance, we then confined ourselves to that specifically, so that all 4 issues that we needed to talk to, the gender responsive planning, the NSP on gender-based violence and all, we actually allocated 10 minutes each so that we remain with this 40 minutes or so that was required. I mean, a few minutes that we were allocated for. But it doesn't mean that as and when information is required, we will be unable or not able to respond as a department. Apologies that we confined ourselves to that part. There's a question from Meg Diboni Diale on the wage bill. I need to indicate that the wage bill is being revived. It will be part of our legislative program in this financial year. We already started in terms of in-house to revisit it and to address the issues that actually made it not to proceed successfully so at that time until the new parliament came in and everything else had to start again from scratch. So that process is currently unfolding, but look forward to the wage bill being part of our legislative program in this financial year. How far are we in terms of gender issues within municipalities, particularly the focal points? I need to indicate that we have conducted a desktop research in an effort to review the existing national gender machinery across all spheres. That report is available with its findings and its recommendations. We will be taking the recommendations back to Cabinet, but we need to first consult with the PSA and other relevant structures because the recommendations seem to address or seek to address the issues in relation to the portfolio itself, the levels and all of that. And that's where we need to agree because all of that will ultimately have financial implications to the departments. If we say it has to be at a director level, then there are implications to that effect. We are aware of the 8 principles of gender mainstreaming led by DPSA, but at the end of the day, practically, it becomes a problem. And what I've noticed, and you said it as in one way or another, Chair of Chairs, is that, you know, when a person is not performing in a department, the first thing that they will do, they say, "Migisen wa gender, akasukela aile wa gender," as if the gender unit is a dumping ground, and it cannot be right. This is a strategic position, and once we put people with the right competencies and expertise with that strategic lens at the end of the day and the application of that gender lens, we will be able to turn the tide on these issues. So we must also refrain from doing that. And if a person is not a performer, let's rather deal with the performance issue and not shy away from doing that, but not pushing that person to what we think is not important at the end of the day. There's also a national strategic plan that we have crafted, and part of the national strategic plan deals with pillar 1 that talks to the accountability issues. And that's where we discuss the whole issue of the right people being located for the right job at the end of the day, particularly those focal points dealing with the issues in a manner that we are all satisfied. I've heard members raising questions that they see frameworks, what are we doing? Our role, as we said earlier on, yes, it's regulatory and we monitor. As such, we have put monitoring and evaluation frameworks in place and M&E systems and tools in place that will assist us to monitor the work on the ground. The very National Strategic Plan to End Gender-Based Violence has a draft M&E. which we are currently in consultation with the civil society organizations as well as government. But once it is finalized, it's got very clear targets. It locates the responsibility within a particular department for every item with clear indicators and timelines. We're noting that it's a 10-year horizon framework, but at least we took it to the medium-term strategic framework within this 5-year period to say what are those things that they will deliver on. We are now reporting to the president. We used to report on a weekly basis. We are now reporting on a monthly basis because the weekly basis is compromising the quality of the work that we are doing, and it becomes more of malicious compliance. So we are coming in and reporting monthly, and we have taken it to the DGs to say, DG, this is the MNE framework. This is the National Strategic Plan. This is your role. Whether you are participating or leading, please note. And these are the targets that we've set and the indicators. Do you agree? If not, how do we amend them before we actually adopt the document and hold you accountable? On the sanitary dignity one, that's where you are coming in as municipalities. There's an aspect of the sanitary dignity framework, the one that deals with the pets. It talks about WASH, which stands for water, sanitation, health issues. That's where we would like municipality to play a big role, because issues of water supply in the schools are in your purview, if I may put it that way. The schools that still have no access to water, some have JoJo tanks. Now, when a girl is menstruating and the girl has to now start changing the pads and all of that, some of them are still using pit latrines, which are infrastructure projects. We would like to see the relevant departments making sure that their infrastructure projects are gender responsive, are responsive to the needs of the girl child, that even if it's a question of those latrines, is there provision for water there? We have seen in instances where even girls, because of the lack of the sanitary towels, will end up using the washables. We are not so comfortable with it, but it's a matter of choice. But who wants to be touching blood and keeping the whole day, your blood the whole day with you at school and get home and wash? If issues of wash are addressed at home and within the schools, the dignity of the girl child will definitely be restored in line with the sanitary dignity framework. So we are pushing and requesting that as we push at the national level, assist us to make sure that these things are happening. We also have a 25-year report and a 5-year review report on how we are doing on women empowerment and gender equality. And that's where you'll see statistics in terms of women in senior positions and municipal level and all. That's the report that will be part of what we will share with our Google Drive when we send to you, and we table that report as part of our accountability to the Beijing platform, in respect of the Beijing platform for action. There was a discussion around the boy children, the issue of education and whether we are dealing with a boy child at an early age. We are in discussion with the Department of Education. They are seriously attending to the ECB curriculum, that it be reformed to begin to deal with issues of early sensitization on gender issues for the boy child and the girl child, but particularly attending the boy child. But we mustn't leave this to the ECD educators and the educators in the schools. As parents, we must also take responsibility and talk about these issues and deal with them as and when we raise these children. It's a societal problem. It's not only for the Department of Women. There was another issue that talks to whether we are monitoring children with disability, especially girls. I'm not so sure how to even talk to this one because it concerns me. So you will recall that there were 5 vehicles that were donated, just an example, by BMW. And these cars were not even 9, they were 5. And out of 5, we had to make sure that which key provinces should benefit and which key developmental groups or structures should benefit. But because we are a Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, we chose to give it to Children with Disabilities Organization, one of them to an organization that deals with persons with disabilities across all age groups, because they too deal with issues of GBV, and then the other 3 were more victim empowerment oriented programs. But we constantly get criticized for that very organization that deals with children with disabilities that we allocated a card to. And you hit it right on the nail, but it is the very children with disabilities who are victims quite often and who are vulnerable. Now, this organization is reaching out, educating, teaching parents and all of that, but we find ourselves explaining ourselves every now and then why children with disabilities, as if there is no understanding that this is the most vulnerable and targeted group in society. And I hope that will change with time. We are also monitoring the infrastructure program that is led by Mr. Dr. Ramokgopa in the presidency. We are trying to look at where the money goes to. That's where the biggest chunk of money is going to. As part of the economic recovery plan, infrastructure is the key one that is the leverage for us to deal with issues of economic recovery and empowerment. But if we are not monitoring it and pushing that women are benefiting as service beneficiaries and as service recipients, there is no way we will see a difference in this area of work. We've employed 2 people through the UN Women who are economic consultants, and you know one of them, and it's women as well. Peko is one of them. The lady from the Peko family is one of them. I forgot the other one. But they're the ones that are now doing an analysis and taking whether we are making or cracking this area of work, and how are we going to make sure that the very key infrastructure projects are gender responsive. On the abuse of widows, I've noted that as an area of concern, and we will take it up with the various structures that we are dealing with. But I do recall when one was dealing with the Department of Social Development, even though it was internally focused, that we requested government departments even start with their own employees and set up a widows forum and begin to talk about these issues. I think there's room for improvement. This area of work can be improved. But what the DG is doing, now that we are almost done with the economic one of how to trade with government, how to tender, attending to terminology of tendering and all of that, we are also looking at the next program once this one is concluded. On talking to women, it's about estate issues, your rights, your powers, your responsibilities, women understanding even the laws. We want to talk to them about those issues, about the Domestic Violence Act and all of that, because most of the time they are happening at a very high level. This time, the South African Women's Lawyers Association is going to unpack this work for us and talk to these issues at length. However, I need to pause and say, it's not about women only. As we deal with these men through their men's movement and all, ours is to make sure that we remind and push them to even have wills at the end of the day. Then will, and the poor woman must run around and start from scratch and all of that. It's a challenge. So it's a 2-pronged kind of a process where we empower women about those estate issues, but we need to encourage abobaba ukuthi abayenzi will ngoba yibona abaziko nokuthi kukhona omunye umama ohleli kuphi thina esingamaziyo ongathi uzoqhamuka on the last minute kube uyena futhi efanele silwe naye. So let them deal with all of those things. I like what the girls would say sometimes on GBV issues. They say, "Bo mama, allow us to come back home. When we come back home, so again, it's us as mothers and women that must deal with these issues. Ukutwala, I was thinking that in terms of Ukutwala, we have allocated this responsibility to our youth unit to work in partnership with the gender-based violence section, because we've located it within our programmatic approach with the HIV and AIDS program, because that's where issues of what you would call probably abduction and all of that happens, even though we still have those that would argue that it's cultural, but we don't believe on that. And we are also part of the ratification of the Maputo Protocol, so that we deal with the issues of early child marriages, whether they come in a disguised form as of Kupala or whatever. So this is going to be one of the issues that is high on our programmatic interventions as a Department of Women, led by the Unit for Youth. 2 more last things on my part is that the Department of International Relations have launched what we call a National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Even though its focus is in the main to being responsive to war zone and every other area, we have requested that can we take whatever that is in that action plan and translate it to our local situation, the very examples that were alluded to. Can we begin to deal with those issues here on home ground, even though we will have the focus to the regional issues that affect us at the end of the day? How best do we localize that one? Last question on my part to respond to was an issue around whether we are doing audits on the rape cases and all. What I do know is that The sexual offences backlog is part of what is led by the National Prosecuting Authority, and they have collated information on DNA, long outstanding cases, Ewasema courts, and they've submitted that to a relevant unit, FSL, which will expedite and analyze these reports for all of us. As soon as the Forensic Science Laboratories, which is abbreviated as FSL, is done with that report, those that should come back quickly to the court roll will therefore come back. But we have seen heavy sentences are being meted out as life sentences. We should continue to advocate and play that advocacy role for those tougher sentences, so that at the end of the day, we get rid of those people from society, because that's not where they belong. Madam Dineo, please respond to the GRBP work report. And my colleague is also here on disability issues. If she has already visited, I will request, I will also respond to the disability issue as an expert in the field. I will request that the colleague can deal with it. Medineo, and then our youth colleague should respond. Thanks.
Thank you, Meshaki. Greetings, colleagues, all protocol observed. My name is Dineo Mako from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. Just zooming into the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation, as well as auditing framework in terms of the progress that we have made to date. We have, I think as indicated in the presentation that was made, we've consolidated an annual performance monitoring report, which include a chapter on the implementation of the gender responsive planning, budgeting and monitoring framework, which is still undergoing internal approval. I mean, I would really wish that we could share the full progress that has been made in the implementation of the framework itself. However, I don't think time would really allow us to go into that. But in a nutshell, some of the trends that are coming through is that we still have a serious challenge ahead of us. In so many departments are still not including the priorities of women, in this case also including youth and persons with disability within their policies, their programs and projects. That still continues to be a struggle that we're anticipating, and more so for women and persons with disabilities. What we've done at some of the measures to monitor the implementation is that we've communicated with all government departments, the provincial offices of the Premier, to request progress in the implementation of the framework itself. And one of the data points I can talk to is that even in getting a response to those requests has been a biggest challenge. We probably have about 40% of response with a lot of follow-up that we needed to do. But what also is coming through on that is that even when you get response, department are still indicating that they are not implementing the framework itself. You still have a department asking what the framework is about. So which also might indicate that the department have no understanding or they have no knowledge of the gender responsive framework itself. So those are some of the challenges as they come. We're looking at the risk and the mitigation that we would undertake as a department in the implementation of the framework. So on a general level, the implementation of the framework is still coming across as very weak throughout the national space as well as the provincial space. And there are mechanisms that we've put in place and we continue to put in place to try to facilitate. We host national workshop through what we call the high-level steering committee to capacitate departments on the implementation of the framework. We also have provincial workshops as well to facilitate that implementation of the framework as well. We engage with department on need base in terms of the implementation of the framework itself. Over and above that, we do a sample of government departments to assess the strategic plans and APP to look at the responsiveness around the planning system of government. We've also worked with DPME and continue to work with National Treasury in trying to facilitate the institutionalization of the framework at the budget as well as at the policy for planning, monitoring and evaluation level, so that the department can continue to do that. Some of the achievement is that you would see in the 2020-2021 MTEF guidelines, the medium-term expenditure framework, National Treasury started piloting to push department to start to projectize and programtize the responsibility towards the priorities of women, and few departments have been selected, but the feedback was as poor in terms of the department aligning budget to the programs and priorities of women, youth and persons with disability. Further, in terms of the planning, we've worked with DPME where we've included a component into the strategic plan and annual performance plan framework guide in how to assist departments to plan for the priorities of women, youth and persons with disabilities in alignment with also the MTSF. So for the few departments that we have assessed through the strategic plan, you would still see that there are still major gaps in department being responsive towards the priorities of women, youth and persons with disability. One of the trends that is coming through is that you would look into a strategic plan or an annual performance plan where the executive statement would indicate that they are taking into consideration the responsibility towards women, youth and persons with disability. But when you go into the actual program and project, that is not translated. Even more so when you move into the indicators, you would not find any disaggregation to indicate that with some of the plans that have been indicated, these are some of the outputs that you should be anticipating. So in itself, when a strategic plan and an APP is fairly weak in being responsive, we should already start to automatically accept that even the actual outputs would not be responsive towards the priorities of women, youth and persons with disability, because from a planning point of view, that consideration was not taken into account. So I'm just giving some of the highlights that are coming through in terms of the implementation of the framework itself. So it's still a process that we still need to undergo. We are trying to mitigate some of the plans, but we really need all to take their responsibility and plan. I think, and one of the other trends that are coming through, although we might have not reported it in the annual report, is that we're still also experiencing a challenge where even your gender focal point officials in department have less understanding of what the framework is about, and with the anticipation that they also supposed to be assisting departments in the implementation of the framework. But key also, even in the strategic planning unit as well as monitoring and evaluation unit, we're still finding some of the weaknesses coming through in terms of the understanding of the framework itself. If we zoom into the situation and analysis of a lot of strategic plans or annual performance plans that we've assessed, there are still those gaps that are coming through. You will find that the department, they do recognize the existence of the framework, such as your gender responsive framework, your national strategic plan on GBV. However, the actual translation into programs as well as project, that's where then there is a gap in terms of that. I'm just not sure how far to go, but I don't know when we can have an opportunity to really unpack and indicate each and every pointers that we've managed to gather around the implementation of the framework, as well as the progress that we are seeing and the no progress that we are seeing in terms of the implementation. Also, in the next quarter, the first quarter of the next financial year, we would also still produce another report on the progress for the implementation of the framework itself that will largely based in our follow-up with government departments in the implementation of the framework. And it should give a bit of a bird's eye view in terms of where government is in terms of the implementation of the framework. And I think we also should just indicate that we haven't ventured into looking into the private side of the implementation of the framework, which had a lot of dependency in terms of the bill on wage itself. So once that process is undertaken and is completed, we will be able to have a leg to push the implementation of the framework outside of only the government itself. But rightly, the progress I'm reporting on is coming through in terms of government looking at the national and provincial space. We also have not really anchored the local space, which we are also working with DCOG, Department of Cooperative Governance, to facilitate for then pushing the implementation of the framework at that level. I think I would like to leave it at that in terms of some of the progress I can share in the implementation of the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your response. Let me check if the chair of the Women Caucus is ready to actually respond to some of the issues that were raised by participants. Okay, thank you very much. The speaker is out for a few minutes, and I think we have exhausted some of the comments and questions that we wanted to make on this particular presentation, and we are due for a tea break. I'm actually going to allow members to go for a tea break, but at the same time, like to thank the Office of the Minister, Shoki, and I'm sorry I didn't get the name, Gahle, and if I keep on saying and colleagues, it's because I don't have their name, Gahle. If I can get the name so that I can really acknowledge you, not as a colleague, Shoki. What is the name? All three. All three. Yeah, all three. Because I think it's important. I wanna my Mr. Kumalo and the wife. So no matter who present, who Shoki and the colleagues, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be guilty of not acknowledging our officials in their right name. Let me thank Shoki Shabalala together with Dineo Mako, Ranji Reddy, Putima Belebele, as well as Esther Malulega. Thank you very, very much for making yourself available for this session, and thank you very much for your inputs. But also, I want to appreciate your kind response to our invitation to this workshop. Shoki and the team, Shoki, Dineo, Ranji, Puti, and Esther, please continue doing the good work. Let's make sure that our women are empowered, but also protected in this country. For making yourself available. You can actually be excused. Honorable members,
thank you very much.
for 15 minutes for tea. Please, 15 minutes must be 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Nalaba basekhaya ngicela ukuthi bamba opposite. Or nina vele nispompa ngetiya lenu anyway, because angisho yabona i-break abanye bahamba baye esitoro sicabanga ukuthi bakhona emeetingini kanti babhizi esantini bayashopha yabona, but go and have tea. 15 minutes, honorable members, please come back. And I think that will be 12 o'clock, ne? No, it should be 5-2. It will be 5-2. strategic breakaway. Can we have the agenda flighted? Sure. Yeah, very safe. Okay. Is GPG here? Who's here on behalf of GPG? You're not on behalf of Ntom, guys. Where is Ntombi?
I'm available.
Is GPG here?
Chair, I'm here.
Oh, you are connected visually, ma. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ntom, for making yourself available. We will be giving you an opportunity to present on the work of the Gauteng government in terms of addressing issues of GOD, and of course, women, youth, and children in general. What I would also like to do is to really welcome you to the multi-party Caucus strategic session. That is an initiative of the Gauteng Legislature. The intention of the Gauteng Women Caucus is to try and focus on addressing issues that affect women and children in this province. But for today, I will appreciate if you can just focus on issues that you have done in some way, your audit, in terms of addressing those issues, services that are being rendered to the women in Gauteng. How far are we? And if there are challenges, please also highlight the challenges. We really want to know exactly how far are we in terms of women empowerment or issues of children and also people with disabilities. So Ntombi, you are now, this is your chance to make the presentation, and I'm happy that I'm meeting you after having not seen you for about 1 year, 6 months. So hope that you are continuing doing the good work in the office of the Premier. Thank you very much. And Ntombi, come in, ma'am.
Thank you very much, MEC. Good morning to members, colleagues from the Department of Women and the Gender Commission. My name is Ntombikaise Shangasezulu. I'm the head of transformation in the Gauteng office of the Premier. I will just go through my presentation. I think everyone has received it, so that I go through it quite fast. The brief that we received, Chair, was to look at the prescript which underpin the provincial agenda for designated group, and then to cover at a high level some key plans and program. And because the Department of Women has presented on some of these prescript and legislative framework, I will not go through in detail, but rather focus on the Gauteng GPG in terms of our focus. In terms of the Gauteng Office of the Premier and the Transformation Unit that I lead, our focus is on women, is on people with disability, is on military veterans, which was added, as well as youth. And what I've also included is a new established desk, which we are setting up in terms of LGBTIQ+. So it's quite a number of areas. And hence, I've, on the presentation, just look at the very high level priorities. But I do note questions that have been put forward in terms of how do we translate this prescript into action, which I hope I will cover. But similar to DDG Shoge, this is not the first nor the end. In terms of the program for each of the designated group, it's quite full because it covers all the department, and that can be made available at a separate function or as an addendum because it's quite a huge document. I then want to start with my presentation in terms of what informs our work or the agenda in Gauteng. The principle that informs our work in terms of designated group in Gauteng is aligned with the Constitution as well as some of the international and national prescripts. And those are what guides integration and issues of mainstreaming of targeted groups in all the department. What we are trying to do is to create an environment where designated groups or vulnerable groups are involved in political, social, economic, and cultural development of the broader society, as well as access to services. This then points to us having a coordinated effort that will make sure as provincial government we respond to the complex challenges that are facing targeted groups, as well as develop various strategies in terms of setting up performance indicators on how we can be measured in how we develop and uplift communities from designated groups. In terms of our approach, GIODI, as it is known, and MVO in terms of Gauteng, is one of the strategic goals for the Gauteng Office of the Premier. So we measured at the highest level. And that goal is to advance gender equality, women's empowerment, youth development and rights of people with disability, older person, and military veteran, and promoting socio-economic inclusion. So this is at the level of the strategic goal that Premier accounts for. And in terms of the approach, GPG's approach is that of mainstreaming of vulnerable group in there to facilitate their development in terms of service delivery, as well as opportunities that are available in Gauteng. This then in essence means that designated groups issues are integral component of government's planning, budgeting, implementing, as well as evaluation of program targeting the broader society. So you should be able to find a designated group in all our work from agencies to department. In terms of the strategic approach, it is driven through various policies and strategies that are adopted by GPG that are aimed at ensuring that we contribute to enhancing the quality of life as well as full participation and empowerment of all the group. So social, economic empowerment across mainstreaming of vulnerable group issues into planning, implementation and evaluation in terms of service delivery, but also creating and making available resources to remove barriers and establishing appropriate structures for the institutionalization of vulnerable groups. It means representing the participation and inclusion of vulnerable groups in the provincial agenda, workforce, as well as decision-making structures, but also meeting the needs and aspiration of targeted group. And finally, eradication of abuse, violence directed at vulnerable groups, especially women and the elderly, as well as the LGBTI community. In terms of the strategic approach, as we would know, Gauteng is driven by the GGT 2030, which is Growing Gauteng Together, which is a plan that was adopted by the 6th administration. This plan is anchored on 7 priorities, 28 strategies, 160 interventions across economic, social, and sectoral, as well as geographical space, meaning it's the regions of Gauteng. And designated groups of vulnerable group have been taken care of as well in this plan because it covers ways to eradicate unemployment, poverty, hunger, crime and substance abuse, economic crisis, health inequality, social exclusion, as well as social protection, political instability, insecurity. So if you go through this plan,
you will find that designated group have been taken care of in terms of all the priorities and intervention. What is the role then of the Office of the Premier? The Office of the Premier is the principal custodian in terms of GOD and MVO agenda in the province. But what do we do? So we set strategic leadership through the Premier in terms of coordination and mainstreaming of all the groups. This coordinating role in facilitating effective management in terms of mainstreaming. So we guide department in terms of 5-year MTSF plans, in terms of annual performance, as well as strategic plans of department. So we look at annual plans that departments submit, and we intervene in terms of priorities that are set in policies. This is where we bridge the gap between policies as well as implementation should department fall short in terms of commitment that have been made at a political level. We ensure that government live up to its constitutional, political, international commitment by translating these into measurable program, and that will aim at creating non-sexist society. Overall, we develop policies and strategies at a provincial level that addresses the needs and efforts of gender and vulnerable groups. And finally, we are responsible for coordination and establishment of necessary institutional arrangement and capacity in the province. In terms of leadership, the Premier has the overall responsibility for the empowerment and equal rights and equitable service of all targeted groups, and he is accountable to the Executive Council, who then monitors the performance in terms of target. But to do this work, Premier has then delegated a number of MEC that will support him. And what do these MEC do? The MECs are responsible and lead the transformation agenda in the province and define the scope for their sector. They lead and ensure that the institutional mechanism that are supposed to be established are done that will support the transformation agenda. The MECs exercise full responsibility for the development of sector-specific GOD and MV policies. They provide leadership and ensure that department design sector-specific policy strategies and target in respect of all the designated group are done. They liaise with national and relevant ministries of their component to ensure that sector machinery on provincial effort to advance their sector are done. And finally, they serve as a spokesperson for their own sectors. In terms of then the legislative framework, I did indicate DDG, but I just wanted to indicate I will start with the women. In terms of the number of women you'll see in the slide, most of the population of women in Gauteng are between the age of 25 to 29, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, and then we begin to see a decline. And then the lower level, which is young women. And this, I put it so that you can see and measure in terms of our program if we are responding to the correct groups of women. I've indicated the legislative framework from international to national. We all know the CEDAW, Sustainable Goal, as well as Beijing platform, which is governed by 12 critical areas. And most of our program respond to the 12 critical areas, as well as SADC protocol on gender and development. In terms of the empowerment legal framework nationally, we have the Constitution, we have the Domestic Violence Act, as well as the National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, and I've indicated the Gender Responsive Planning Budgeting Framework of 2019. And finally, in the province, we have a policy which is Gender Equality Framework, Expo in 2020. So it's quite new and has integrated issues of LGBTI as well as highlight new areas of women in terms of dealing with LGBT. The Gauteng framework really gives effect to Africa's national policy framework for women, which I've indicated, and all the prescripts that are there. So it's founded in all these prescripts, but it provides practical strategies on how the provincial government is going to maintain gender and endeavors to empower and include women and other targeted groups in their representative in terms of Gauteng city region. Provides a charter, and there was a discussion earlier about the Women's Charter. Gauteng did develop a Women's Charter, and this is grounded in terms of the issues that were raised by women. This has been included in the framework. Those are the areas, and in the details of the programs to be undertaken by Gauteng are highlighted in the 2020 framework. In terms of LGBTI, which is a new desk that Premier pronounced on, and we are in the final stage of having interviews and setting up. We all understand the emerging issues that are burning in terms of a sector. It has been included in the gender framework that has been approved. But in their own legislative framework, what we have highlighted is the 2018 Prevention and Combating of Hate Crime and Hate Speech Bill, as well as Domestic Violence, Employment Equity of 1998. But at national level is the National Intervention Strategy for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Intersex, which is governing the work of the province. In terms of the intervention, we have just presented the approved action plan for the province that EXCO has endorsed in this year, which is going to be the program of action that the desk will carry out. The intervention strategy is focusing on addressing the unfair discrimination on the basis of gender, sex, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, and social origin as per the Constitution. The plan is aiming at strengthening government's ability to respond to the needs of the LGBTI person, as well as strengthen the capacity of civil society to deliver related services. There are a number of programs that are aimed at addressing violence on the ground of sexual orientation and gender identity. And the program of action encompasses all the programs of department indicators in accordance with the priorities of the 6 administration under the plan Growing Gauteng Together. Again, as I indicated, this plan is available to peruse in terms of what we are doing as the provincial government to address issues of LGBTI sector. The desk will be up and running hopefully when the new financial year begins, and that is next week, but before the end of April, personnel will be appointed. In the area of disability, Chair, I put, if you can see in the slide, in terms of Gauteng, we have a 5.3 prevalence in terms of people with disability, and I've indicated the regions and the number where people with disability are. In the research that we have done with HSRC, indicate the nature of disability that is prevalent in each of the different districts. Again, in terms of the legal framework, in Gauteng, we've got a policy which is also grounded in the GGT 2030, which is about building a province in which all women, youth, person with disability, and older person are empowered. So the energy here is empowering the sector to participate fully in the province. And in the prescript, you've got the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, as well as the AU Agenda 2063. And the national legislative mandate, as well as policy mandate, again, is the Constitution, as well as employment equity. On the policy mandate, we've got the National Development Plan and the White Paper on Persons with Disability, which DDG Shogi would have spoken to. Coming down to Gauteng, we've also got new approved policy, Gauteng Disability Rights Policy approved by EXCO in 2020. It will take us until 2025. This policy is aligned to MTSF priorities, target and indicators, which was also approved by EXCO, and this is available for further interrogation. What is critical about our policy is that it rests on the social model of disability, and it acknowledges that disability is a social construct. And the policy assesses the socio-economic environment and the impact that barriers have on the full participation, inclusion, and acceptance of people with disability as part of mainstreaming society. It focuses on the ability of people with disability rather than their differences, and recognizes that people with disabilities are equal citizens with full political, social, economic, and human rights. The priorities to be implemented are guided by the principle of inclusion of all South Africa with their capabilities and its people, so that no one is left behind. So the tone here, Chairperson, is that of inclusion. In terms of the vision is to create a free, just society, inclusive of all people with disability as equal citizens. I will leave the details in terms of the focus of the policy. This again is available. What I've pulled out of the big document is in terms of priorities that GPG is focusing on. We want to remove barriers to access and participation, which speaks to the principle of inclusion. We want to facilitate access to social and economic opportunities through special transformation and prioritization of inclusive human settlement. We want to improve access to economic independence as well as life of dignity for people with disability. We want to strengthen the collective representative voice of people with disability. And this speaks to across, whether we're doing surveys, we want to ensure that people with disability retain and their voice is loud and clear of how they want Gauteng to go forward. We want to broaden access to quality public health care and education in areas of deprivation and resource scarcity. That is it on people with disability. Chair, I now move to military veterans. I've indicated here, I've got a slide for me, it shows in terms of regions, we have about 7,100 military veterans, Chair, in Gauteng, and this number has grown to 10,000 because of the definition of military veteran as per the Act, meaning it is inclusive of people that may have retired from the army who are then classified as military veteran. And the number, Chair, you would see on the 7,100, Johannesburg has 1,600 military veteran. Tshwane is 1,600. Sidibeng has 1,400. West Rand is one with the lowest number, which is 300. And then Ekurhuleni has got 2,100 military veteran. I've pulled out a definition in terms of the Act on who is a military veteran, which is a South African citizen who has rendered military service to any of military organizations, statutory and non-statutory, which were involved on all sides of South African Liberation War from 1960 to 1994. And this description is going to change because now the Department of Military Veteran is reviewing the Act. So until then, we are guided by this definition. In terms of the legal framework governing the military veterans, we have the Act of 2011, which has laid a foundation in terms of all the program of military veteran. This Act provides a basket of services approved for military veteran. I've put this basket, but I won't go through it because in terms of this is mostly the competency of the national department, and provinces are engaged by the department and take some of the areas in the basket, not all. And you will note, I want to draw your attention, there are areas that are extended to benefit the dependent of military veterans and not all of them. But also to note the exclusion, there are exclusion to military veterans that may have committed crimes in terms of accessing the basket of services. In terms of GPG, a GPG program of military veteran was created already in 2013 in terms of government plan to address the socio-economic situation of military veteran in Gauteng. Even prior to the Department of Military Veteran engaging Gauteng, Gauteng already adopted a plan of action. Why? Because Gauteng recognized that there are thousands of military veterans who are in the province who have contributed greatly to the establishment of free and democratic society in our country. So the program then of military veteran is aimed at advancing the rights of military veteran and promoting their socio-economic inclusion. I then took at a high level the commitment that Premier has made as the focus for military veteran and a direction for GPG department to create indicators and programs. One of it is access to business opportunity within GPG. All departments have to create indicators to support this. Secondly is the housing allocation for military veterans across all development corridors in GCR. Facilitation of employment placement opportunities for military veterans, provision of healthcare services for military veterans, provision of quality and equitable education for military veterans' household. This says household because it includes military veterans as well as their dependent. And finally, access to subsidized public transport for military veterans. This was a commitment that Premier made in terms of what Gauteng will contribute towards a military veteran. Then the issue of youth. Chair, I know I'm taking a bit of time. You will see in terms of the number of youth, I've put a graph there. What's peculiar with Gauteng is that both with youth as well as the older persons as in from 35, is that we actually have more men in Gauteng than women. Similar to the youth bracket in terms of 30 to 34, you'll see that's when it begins to show more men than women. But these are youth figures from 0 until 34. In terms of a youth development legal framework, I think DDG Shoke has covered, we are covered, up to a point where we've then developed a provincial youth development strategy. Some of the pillars of the strategy or the focus for the province, which is aligned to the national development strategy, is the integration of young people into mainstream economic activities of Gauteng through innovative self-employment, job creation scheme, support for youth-owned businesses, as well as reduction of income inequalities. Ensuring youth have access to quality education, this is formal and non-formal, as well as program of skills development. And then the aim of improving safety, health, and well-being of the youth to allow them to lead productive and fulfilled lives. To ensure youth development is mainstream in all policies, programs, and plans of provincial government and other role players in delivering services to youth. And finally, to ensure a meaningful inclusion of all youth in the affairs of the province in a way that empowers them to build social capital and network and safer, more cohesive community. Then finally, Chair, on the older person, again, I've put some statistic. In Gauteng, we have over 1.3 million older person. The scary part is that this is projected to grow tremendously by 2050. So we're gonna see a population that is almost doubling of older person, whether we are ready or not. In terms of the legal framework, we've got the United Nations Convention on the Right of Older Person, as well as Declaration of Human Rights. In the region, we've got the African Charter of Human and People's Rights and African Union Policy Framework and Plan of Action for Aging. In terms of South Africa, on the national framework, again, we go back to the Constitution as well as Plan of Action on Aging. the Older Persons Act of 2006, which has been reviewed. We also rely on the Municipal and Indigent Policy, as well as the Older Persons Charter and the Special Needs Housing Policy, as well as the Integrated Food Security Strategy. Again, in 2020, we've had a new, for the first time, Gauteng Older Persons Strategy 2020 to 2025 approved by EXCO. What does it seek to achieve? The primary purpose of this strategy is to provide services that are accessible, equitable, and affordable to all older persons, and which conform to the prescribed norms and standards. So it's grounded in all the legislative framework that I have included. The strategy argues for the use of an integrated approach informed by intergenerational solidarity as a way of understanding and dealing with needs of older persons. We found that before, programs of elder persons were scattered and ad hoc, and we thought a strategy will bring it together so that we've got a well-planned intervention that will address all the needs of older persons, from housing to food to transport, mobility, and other areas, so that we provide a holistic approach. The development approach adopted to aging seeks to keep older persons in their families and communities as long as possible. So in this strategy, we're not advocating for old age homes, but we're rather looking at a community-based intervention. The approach in the strategy is holistic, positive, and promotes the full participation of older persons in development processes. It also promotes self-representation and active participation in decision-making, while recognizing aging as a normal phase of life. Again, like people with disability, we are saying older persons have a voice and they need to be consulted in some of the decisions that are made. I then went through to looking at cross-cutting targets in terms of GBG, and I will start with the preferential procurement. The target for women is now increased to align to national target to 40%. And this, we were starting to see progress in terms of 30%, and departments are crying because now this is over and above what was expected of them. And this is, again, in all the departmental performance plan that we've analyzed, the target is put at 40%. And in line with this, Gauteng has adopted, and it's now an integral part in terms of gender responsive budgeting. And for the first time at the Premier's Budget Council, department presented on their plans in terms of a gender responsive budgeting. In terms of youth, it's aligned to the 15%, and this target is going very well. The area where we are struggling, but again, every department is committed, is the area of people with disability. The target has now increased to 7%. We were struggling at 5%. We have put again intervention to assist a department on improving this target. There are departments that are able to realize this target, like human settlement, and we've asked departments that struggle to learn from the departments that are doing it in terms of reaching. And then the final target is employment equity target. We've got 4% for people with disability, as well as 50% for women. This target, every department, even in terms of their budgets, have indicated this as a target. For women, the 50%, the province is almost at 48 point something percent. We just a little bit to reach there. Again, we have intervention. For people with disability, we are behind, but in terms of national, we are still leading on this area. I just want to end in terms of bridging the gap between these beautiful policies as well as implementation. You get a department that are straddling between reaching and sometimes regressing, that it's a continuous process of making sure that there is tracking as well as accountability in what departments are expected to do. So I fully agree with the sentiment when Chair was opening, that the committee, the Gauteng committee at Legislature, would play a critical role in assisting the Office of the Premier, but also holding each department accountable for their gaps. When the program of action is done, we then provide a detailed analysis that measured performance or planned performance against what the policies that EXCO has approved requires. And we give feedback to each department, HOD and MEC, that your department is falling short in this area, and hope to see an improvement in terms of the departmental plan going forward. Where we then maybe need to improve is the area of monitoring and then tracking that the chair was referring to, and doing an audit in terms of what has been done, how our department faring. That is an area maybe that we will need to focus on. But currently we were focusing on making sure that plans are aligned to policies and then putting in place system to monitor and track those. Chair, I would like to stop there with my presentation. I will take comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Ntombi, for the great presentation. We're pressed to time. I'm going to ask our participants to engage with the presentation as quick as possible. We need to break for lunch, because here the only specific time where lunch can be taken. So thank you very much, ma'am, for your kindness to make yourself available for this workshop. Honorable members, questions, comments? Oh, Honorable Kondovane.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by those. Chair, I just want to find out with respect to the training which they are giving to the people with disabilities. Is their training being accredited? Does it have value? Or is that the training for the sake of the people getting certification? I'm asking this, Chair, because usually most of the people who are living with disability, you'll find that some have skills which can help them to be able to earn a living, not only rely on what the government is providing them.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mube.
Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Maybe I'm a slow person. I just want to go back to the role of the province on the military veterans in terms of housing, health, transport, and also budgeting. I'm not sure whether I'm saying it's additional duty or whatever. Can you just clarify to say, is there something that is being done by the relevant departments in assisting the military veterans in the province? Thank you very much. Because it's so difficult to get a report that says this is what they've done. It's only workshops, or they did not, the tender was advertised, and then the military veterans said, no, they're not interested. And then if they're not interested, why are they not maybe met and indicate their area of interest? Because outside, they are complaining. For instance, the others that were allocated houses at Savannah, that side, yeah, at Savannah, where when we went there, they were up in arms with us as a finance portfolio members to say they were given houses without the electricity or water, electricity. And it was more than 10 months that they were not having electricity in that place. And the others would then complain, like, for instance, there would be problem of burying them, there would be problem of the being chucked out in their family houses, and then don't get the role of the human settlement in terms of allocating And yeah, when they allocate, for instance, as you say, the MECs allocate 10 houses and there will only be one military veterans person. And the rest are saying, we've forgotten about us, and we take the wrath of them outside there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Is it me, Chair of Chairs?
No, it's not you. It is it's Makakula. I'll come to you.
On this military veterans, maybe from the department, from what Madam Chair said, that some are complaining why they've benefited and some have benefited and refused to use those benefits. Can we have maybe in monitoring in terms of all accountability of having a list of those military veterans who have benefited and whichever way whether they accepted or not accepted, but we have benefited. Secondly, maybe the process, if we have the process to follow for them to benefit, and also so that we can encourage those who still don't benefit or have not benefited to make applications. And lastly, in terms of veterans, military veterans, remember that some of them, some were involved physically, but remember that for a woman, sometimes, or a wife, will be affected emotionally and otherwise. How do those benefit in these military veterans benefits? Because some have been affected mentally while their husbands or seeing their husbands but involved in activities which make them able to be they can't do certain things is affected mentally and some physically. And my last clarification which I would like to go is input, I think, on this procurement of women, people with disabilities and youth. I would want to check with the office of the Premier. Most of the time, what is unsaid, and when it comes to benefits, it will also benefit women who can afford to do things or who are working. How are we going to make sure that women who are unemployed are given priority in terms of this 40% procurement, and who's going to monitor it? Maybe we need a constant interaction with the office of the Premier as United Party Municipal, so that we can have and monitor accordingly as a EGPR in that. So we request that a relationship with them so that we can and acknowledge as to what are they doing, what are the beneficiaries, and where are they? Because most of the time we will find the person from Western Cape benefiting from Gauteng, while the Gauteng person has not been given a priority to that, because that person has maybe a contact meeting with something like amazinga there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Dikhamela.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Ooh, there is an echo. I don't know where it's coming from. Ooh. Yeah, my question is related to the housing for the military veterans. I'm just checking if age of a person is considered when the houses are allocated. The reason I'm raising this is because I know of an 82-year-old living in a shady area. It's very sad. I went to give some food parcels during lockdown last year. I'm afraid to go back there, but it's like we have forgotten about these people who really did a great job for us to be free today. At 82, she's having a shack in an RDP yard of other 10 shacks somewhere in Centurion. So, and at 82, she's living in that shack with her grandson, an adult grandson, and they only use a curtain to divide, to partition that room into this side is for Gogo, this side is for the son. So my question is, do we really in the office there consider the age of some of our military veterans? Because you wait and she's still waiting and very hopeful that one day she will get the house. So hence my question to ask, do the department which is responsible for this housing sometimes consider the age of our people? Because at 82, I mean, she's still hoping that one day she will be considered for this house. The second thing is regarding the jobs. I think somebody mentioned it. It says that there was an echo. It was difficult to hear exactly. I believe some they do have some qualifications, because these are known and there is a list, I believe, somewhere. Can they be enrolled into specific jobs that they can do, unlike waiting for them to apply? I really think we can do much better here so that we give these people jobs where they qualify without really, I don't know, maybe it's wrong according to the processes, but people who fought for us to be free, if they're struggling to even get a job, I think we can do something better. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Dikhamela. I'm not going to allow Ntombi to respond due to time constraints, but Ntombi, I would like to keep you until after lunch. I therefore request that we break for lunch and come back. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very short lunch, and come back at 1:15, all of us. And when we come back, we'll then sing the women anthem. We're supposed to start with it at the beginning of this workshop, but unfortunately, the copies were not available. So please, for those who can sing well, I mean, I'm one of those wounded vocally. Okay. So I won't even attempt to lead in singing the anthem. So let us adjourn for between now until 1:15 for lunch, and we all please come back, including you, Ntombi, to come and answer the questions is sharp. The meeting is adjourned for few. It's lunch, yes. Lunch is served. Nani lapo ninga breaka na mbeno dlama kuinya. We need to start with or continue with our workshop. We were supposed to come back quite some time ago, but unfortunately when we arrived at the venue for lunch, they were not yet ready for us. But nonetheless, we need to shoulder on, we need to continue with our meeting and deal with the remaining issues for today. There was a request that we sing the women's anthem, but that request of singing it now will postpone the singing to the end of the workshop, and tomorrow morning when we open, we'll also open with the women's anthem. So ningahamba niyolola my voice for now and actually come back. We're now going to have a discussion on the perspective from Chapter 9 institution on issues of commission on issues of gender, of whether it's GBV or just on issues of gender. We have invited Tamar Matebula, who's actually the chairperson of the Gender Commission, to come and share with us in this workshop the work that they are doing, the challenges that they're faced with on a daily basis. But I think she must also share with us the successes in terms of work or campaigns that we've been involved in as a country. Tamara, you're welcome. The last time I saw you were in an interview with Kaya FM before Bob Mabena passed on. May his soul rest in peace. I know you're actually well informed on these issues, and the participants in this meeting will definitely enjoy your input on issues of gender at this workshop. Ma'am, you are welcome. Please feel free to raise issues, even those that are a little bit controversial, because we want to make sure that we engage on such issues without uptons amatom. So, Ma'am Tamara, you are welcome. Please come in.
Program Director, thank you very much. Am I audible? Thank you.
You are definitely audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Chair of Chairs, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, Chairperson Umamu Togo Magagula, Honorable Umama Untombi Mekgwe, the Speaker of the Legislature. Allow me to introduce and greet my colleague, Umama Commissioner Oharango Madiseko. I also just want in passing to acknowledge the delegation from the Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. Esteemed panel members, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the protocol observed earlier. Whilst we beaming the presentation, I just want to say that the presentation that I'm bringing this afternoon basically is one of the work that we have been involved in the past year when we were faced with COVID-19, which impacts on achieving gender equality. So the perspective that I'm bringing as a Chapter 9 institution and as an institution that is supporting democracy will actually be looking at practical issues that we were grappling with, and that when we plan our APPs and costing and bringing budgets for approval, these are some of the things that both the CGE, the government, as well as the Women's Caucus should actually look at in terms of planning and costing properly our APPs for 2021-2022. I just want to quickly go to our mandate just by way of introducing ourselves. As you can see, it's a scale of equal men and women. So basically, I just want to say that the Commission for Gender Equality is an independent statutory body established in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And our mandate basically is provided by Section 187 of the Constitution, if you look at Chapter 9 of the Constitution, as well as Section 20 of the Pepuda Act number 4 of 2000. So basically, our mandate is to promote respect for, protect, develop, and attain gender equality, and make recommendations on any legislations affecting the status of women in South Africa. And further, if you look at Section 11 of the CGE Act number 39 of 1996, the Commission is mandated to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the international and the regional conventions that we have acceded to and ratified as South Africa. And all of these are based on gender equality. If I can just pause here, Chair and Program Director, I just want to mention a few of those. And I heard Dombi mentioning some of these international and regional instruments. The first one that I have in the list, Chair, just to remind us, is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And South Africa has ratified the CEDAW in 1995, placing obligations upon the state to ensure that South Africa also has an obligation to advance women empowerment as well as gender equality. And we need to make sure that the protection of women's rights under this particular convention is monitored and it's kept. And we also need to make sure that through our legislations, we enforce some kind of good policies and practices, including programs to support gender transformation in the country. The second one that we have very quickly, Program Director, is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This one basically talks exactly to what our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is actually saying, including Chapter 2 of our Bill of Rights, which is the cornerstone of our democracy. So basically, this one talks about the fact that it states that everyone is entitled to the rights and the freedoms set forth in the declaration without distinction on any kind, such as race, such as political affiliation, opinion, disability, language, religion, political, or any other opinion or social origin, birth and otherwise. So this particular one talks exactly to our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The third one that we look at, Program Director, is the Vienna Declaration of 1993. And if you look at Article 8 of the Vienna Declaration, it highlights the importance of working towards the elimination of violence against women, whether in public or in private sector. And this should actually include things like elimination of all forms of sexual harassment, elimination of gender biases, especially when we deal with administration of justice in South Africa. We shouldn't really, look at issues of biases. Another one, quickly, just to rush through these, the Beijing Platform for Action, which requires government and international communities, including civil society organizations. We should all together as a collective take strategic actions to address 12 critical areas, of which I just want to single out 2 or 3, which is the violence against women, the burden of feminization of poverty, inequality between men and women, in sharing powers and decision-making processes at all levels. And these are some of the areas that the Commission was looking at and that the Commission continues to ask and go out to the media about, especially after and during election time, just to make sure that, we are working towards, attaining the 50-50 quota system, and those women that have been put in power, they are supported and they are given the necessary, tools of trade so that they are able to be decision makers and sit around decision-making processes and structures. The last that I want to just mention very quickly is the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda. And this particular one looks at goal number 5, which aims at achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, as well as eliminating harmful practices and the recognition of value of unpaid care work, including domestic work. And I think if you can remember very quickly, Program Director, towards the end of last year, the Commission for Gender Equality came out through the Constitutional Court, where we were actually challenging the recognition of the COIDA. COIDA meaning that if domestic workers are injured on duty, they should be paid. And I remember that after that day, we're inundated with quite a lot of calls that were saying that, domestic workers who were injured, then what do we do about it? So these are some of the things that we are monitoring. We are taking up to higher structures, and we are making sure that the country is actually aware and implementing accordingly. When you come to the region, Program Director, you will find that we have things like the Maputo protocols. We have the protocol on gender and development. And I must say that I'm not going to go through all of these because I know that even Dombi, my colleague, who presented previously, did mention just a few of these. But I must say that one of the work that the Commission for Gender Equality is doing around the international as well as the national as well as regional instruments, what we normally do is every 2 years we collect information, we look at how the country has progressed in terms of making sure that these instruments are implemented, and then we do and go to structures such as the AU Commission, the CSW, to actually report on the progress that the country has made in terms of achieving the targets that we have set for ourselves. Chairperson, I want to also say that in fulfilling our core mandate, the CGE will continue to monitor the interventions that are geared towards the empowerment of women in particular and the general attainment of gender equality in the country. Next slide, please. Thank you. That is our vision. And that is our mission. I'm not going to spend too much time, but I think for us to achieve or to attain our vision, we are doing our work in the Department of Research. The Commission for Gender Equality does research, or we make research happen by partnering with research institutions. And if you go to our website, you will find that there is a lot of research reports that are in our website that you can look at. There is publication and education and awareness raising that we do. We do policy development, and I'm going to mention just a few of those policies that we develop and we input into later. We also are involved in legislative initiatives in terms of the bills that are coming. I will speak to those later, and we also do litigation. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Chair, just to confine and locate myself within the topic that I brought, so that we can plan properly. We were faced with COVID as a country. And Chair, I know that, same time last year, there were breaking news about the first case of coronavirus in South Africa. And I must say that these breaking news were in the media, but what I remember very well was the National Department of Health, who confirmed through the National Institute for Communicable Diseases on the 5th of March last year that there was really a case of a man who was traveling or who traveled with the wife, to Italy, and they landed on the 1st. And I must say that, when we all received these news, it actually sent, a panic mode to everyone. And within days, Chairperson, we were faced with a lot of cases that were accumulating from 5 cases to 10 cases, 10 to 29, 29 to 100, 100 to 1,000 within weeks. And I remember that on the 26th of March, we found ourselves on level 5 lockdown, and we were all sent away from our offices, really not knowing what to do and what kind of protocols we need to develop for ourselves. And I must say that the pandemic itself has impacted people differently beyond just gender and or sex. And it's important to take into account the different intersectionality of the impact of COVID-19, pandemic that we have. And I must also say that the responses to this virus has been guided by the national regulations, and all of us have been borrowing from these regulations to develop our own protocols, which I also think that the Office of the Premier, as well as other offices, do have their own protocols that are revisited and that are reviewed from time to time as we move from level 1 to level 5, 5 to 4, and so on. So at that time, the Commission for Gender Equality, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, and the CRL were categorized as essential services at this time. And we casted our eyes and our focus on responses that were shaped by promoting respect for human rights and gender rights. So as people who are doing oversight work, as the watchdogs, we looked at how human rights and gender rights would be violated at this time. And I must say that really there were quite a lot of violations of both human rights as well as gender rights during this time. And I've referred to the Constitution, but this actually gave us an opportunity to look at issues broadly on how we redefine economic allocations based on human rights approach and sustainable development, not only economic allocations, but also just social allocations, things like food parcels and things like that. These were some of the things that we were following up on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. Basically, on what we observed, Program Director, was the gender-based violence and femicide that was on the increase during this time. So there were widened gender inequalities. There was increased level of gender-based violence and femicide affecting predominantly women and children. And I remember, the first case of an elderly woman, Epitamarisbek, endaweni yase, I think Sweetwaters, where people who camouflaged as people who were actually coming to help these older women actually ended up raping these old women. So we have seen, these violations, the gender-based violence, the femicide, how intimate partner violence was also on the increase, with quite a number of young women dying in the hands of the people that they know, and a lot of people dying in the hands of the people that they don't know. However, a Program Director, accurate information is crucial for us to be able to capture this information and be able to respond effectively to gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. So we do have current statistics that are collected mainly from the South African Police Services on a quarterly basis. We do have information that the Department of Social Development is giving us. However, we are missing statistics from other independent organizations, including research institutions, most of which, we find that most incidences and statistics go under, they are not reported. They're not reported, and they don't form part of the statistics that SAPS usually gave us on a quarterly basis. So all I'm saying is that I think we all need to make sure that institutions that are responsible for collecting data should do so that we can monitor this situation under the COVID-19 period. The civil society organizations, Program Director, have been very hard at work during the time, assisting victims and survivors of gender-based violence. And we see that, there were quite a number of shelters that were, responding, and there was quite a lot of psychosocial support, that came through, whether via online or direct physically. But I think there was quite a lot that was happening. And I know that the Commission for Gender Equality was working with the National Shelter Movements, the Department of Social Development, just to make sure that the shelters are open for women who are running away from their homes without asking them to go and test for COVID first. And then the lockdown has exacerbated the vulnerability of victims of gender-based violence, mainly being women and children, and they find themselves, being locked down or locked inside their homes with the abusers. So these are some of the things that we were doing. I remember, running to places like Abu Soshanguve, where there were reported abuse, of children by their fathers. And I remember running from, Tshwane to Ekurhuleni, for an example, where we were looking at issues of gender-based violence and femicide in some sections of our lovely province. Next slide, please. We also observed issues around access to sexual and reproductive health services. Some of the inquiries and reports that came to the Commission for Gender Equality were about women who, for various reasons, and would go to hospitals and clinics asking for, things like family planning, contraceptives, pregnancy tests, termination of pregnancy, and all of these clients most of the time were turned away. And you will find that they resorted to clandestine abortion instead of, going in there whilst, within 32 weeks or, below 32 weeks and things like that of gestational period. So some of these things were because hospitals and clinics were inundated and they were looking at these issues as minor, and they were viewed that, they were not urgent matters, as the clinic and hospitals were focusing on emergencies during the COVID-19 lockdown period. And I'm not to mention how issues of mental health, from unwanted pregnancies, from gender-based violence, from domestic violence, were not dealt with. And these are going to cause long-term impacts, to individuals, but also to the system at large. So the state, after COVID-19, might be faced with a high number of pregnancies. We have seen, and the CGE is currently looking at the learner pregnancies, what is happening in schools, possibilities of high demand of termination of pregnancies, and a scare of illegal terminations of pregnancies. But I think we will also be looking at policies with Commissioner O'Hara Ngomadiseko, who is responsible for this particular province of Gauteng. She is already developing a concept paper that is looking at how we will address issues of teenage pregnancy and what the policies and the legislations are saying about teenage pregnancy as we speak. So there might also be an increase in new child births, and this will actually put a strain on the social support services. So if you look at child grants, they will actually be affected because a lot of pregnancies did take place between the lockdowns last year up until this year. So this has raised major concerns where maternal rights are being disrespected, and we found that when we did our investigations, there were things like forced sterilization of HIV positive women, and this is highly contentious report that we investigated a few years ago, and it's still a hot potato up until today because we want to see where violations of certain sections of communities and women are done and have been done, and we are trying to make sure that we look at this. And these high numbers were found in KwaZulu-Natal provinces, and they were also found in Gauteng provinces, where we looked at the forced sterilization of HIV positive women. So what we need to ask ourselves is, what plans do employees have in place to unburden employees with the duty and responsibility to childcare? I think this is something that will take me to the next slide. Next slide, please, is talking about the childcare burden. During lockdown, you will find that many of us who were and who were not, people who were providing services during this time were inundated by the fact that children were no longer going to school or to crèche, and these children, we did not have anywhere to actually leave them. And you will find that those people who were providing services, and there is a case in Newcastle where, both the father and the mother, were providing service at this time and did not know where to leave a child. So the next thing you would want to do is to leave a child with your neighbor. And once you do that, you don't even know whether the child is exposed to some kind of abuse by the neighbors, or the child will be given food accordingly. All of these things we did not know. And I think from the 26th of March, the child has been, in Newcastle, this child has been locked away, and the parents could not travel to take the child to the go-go. And all of these things were happening in such a time when parents could not actually sit down and think and even ask for permission to make arrangements or alternative arrangements to make sure that their children were cared for. So there was a risk of leaving children with our neighbors, exposing them to some kind of sexual abuse, risk of contracting the virus themselves, because most of the time children are not able to wear masks 24 hours. So what we have looked at was whether the employers had any plans for their employees to make sure that they unburden them with the duty of caring for the children. And this is something that the CGE has always been asking when we are calling both government as well as civil society organizations to hearings to say, are you having any child care facility near the offices or in your offices? And most of the answers that we get is that these facilities are not made available, and parents have to actually travel and leave their children in facilities furthest away, and not to mention those that are breastfeeding, because if you want to continue to breastfeed, at least at your break, tea break or lunch break, a parent can quickly sneak into a child care facility to make sure that you breastfeed, during working hours and all of those things. Next slide, please. The last observation was that we made a program director was around economic and entrepreneurial, needs. And if you look at what we have in South Africa to promote gender equality and women's empowerment, we are required to actually make sure that we have systems in place that are looking at promoting economic empowerment for women. And these that we have in South Africa, for an example, are the National Gender Policy Frameworks for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. We have the NDP, which the Commission for Gender Equality at some point looked at it, and we did find that it was gender blind. And we worked with the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation just to make sure that we review the Vision 2030 and make sure that it's not gender blind. And we also did, we do have medium-term strategic frameworks. We have national gender machinery. I'm not going to mention all of these that my colleague Shoki mentioned earlier. We have the National Planning, Budgeting and Monitoring Framework, and we have Gender Transformation in the Workplace. We have Labor Relations Act and Basic Conditions. All of these are looking at empowering women, both in the work and outside the workspace. So the impact of the virus economically is felt across, most spheres. And I must also say that there is a realization that inequalities in our country has become more glaring during this time of COVID-19, because we will find that most women were actually being sent away, and their jobs were terminated during this time. And that was not bringing any food on the table, because women actually suffered, the shutdown, the lockdowns, and all of that. And they were the first ones to actually be asked to stay at home. Women who were running informal work, most of them who are selling in the streets, most of them who are running the hair salons, all of these were actually shut down at this time, and they were not supposed to operate during this time, and they really suffered some kind of financial security, whether it's formal or informal trading. Women's source of income and livelihood, which we can call themselves, women mostly are hustlers in many cases. You will find that when they open these small businesses that they have, like selling in the streets, they don't have any bank or banking to put their money into, not to mention the fact that, they don't have bookkeepers, they don't contribute to SARS. All of this is quite informal. And if you look at the documentation, there is no compliance as proof of employment or business, just to make sure that they are able to be accommodated by government in terms of giving them some source of income during this time. So there were a number of women in rural areas and in informal settlements, as well as townships, who were dependent on precarious jobs like doing washing, hairdressing, services at home, catering. But during COVID-19, you will find that all these jobs were affected. Another area that we looked at was the social relief of distress grant. And this 350 colleagues, you will agree with me that, if you go to any post office that is actually, offering this kind of service or support, you will find long-winded queues, mostly made out of men, young men, and not women. And I will tell you why we are so concerned about this. Women were already claimed, a sizable majority of women, that because they were getting child grant, so they were not supposed, or they were not eligible to get the 350. And this child grant is money that goes to buying itin lomtwana, the lactogen. It's money that goes into buying napkins. It's money that goes to, catering for a child and not catering for the mother. So I think this is also something that we need to look into. And I know that most of you have observed this. So it's worrying. Perhaps what we need to do is to look at how can we best influence and government to look into the needs of a woman or a young woman to be able to access the 350 grant, irrespective whether she is getting a grant, a child grant, or any other kind of grant. The last but not least here is how COVID-19 has impacted on gender wage gap. This is something that we have been looking at and following in terms of equal pay for the equal work of the same value. But I think during this COVID lockdown period, the wage gap widened between men and women. And that was also caused by the number of hours that women were asked to work compared to men. So you will find that women were actually called to work maybe once or twice a week, whereas men were able to actually work throughout 5 days of the week. So again, this actually exacerbated the inequality in terms of wage gap. Next slide, please. So these are high-level observations during lockdown, and we strongly feel that there has been increased outreach interventions throughout targeted traditional media platforms. Remember, we could not actually have these contact, day-to-day kind of communications. So we all dependent on radio, we dependent on television, we dependent on digital platforms, social media, and in an effort to reach the wider community. And I must say that a few weeks ago, I attended the Gender Links launch of its 20 years of its existence. And I was quite alarmed at how many civil society organizations, young women, developed, some kind of social media platforms to actually be able to reach out to more women with various kinds of interventions. And I was quite motivated by this. So there has been a number of cases, including concerns about the lack of baby essentials. This matter was taken up, I think, the first week of the lockdown. In fact, let me say the first month. A lot of women phoned the Gender Commission to say, I am pregnant, or I have just been discharged, I did not buy children's clothes. And I was learning for the first time that in some areas of our communities, women don't believe in buying in advance, buying children's clothes in advance. So the belief is that you go to hospital, you deliver the baby, and then you buy the clothes. So if you looked at the shelves during the level 5 lockdown, there were no baby clothes, but there were baby essentials, but no baby clothes. I think when we got these calls during the lockdown, we were able to phone the National Command Center, and we spoke to Umam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, and we spoke to Ubabu Patel, and both ministers actually responded very quickly. Within 2-3 days, there were baby clothes in the shelves. And this actually highlights the extent of how disaster plans were gender blind. We have also been able to work hard in terms of influencing the content of the food parcels, the shelters, the water supply and sanitation, how the Jojo tanks were delivered, and without water coming out of those Jojo tanks, in places like Free State, the Eastern Cape, the KwaZulu-Natal, and parts of Gauteng as well, drawing attention to address the needs of women and young girls who, some of them were raped when they were still traveling to the rivers and to those Jojo tanks to draw water. And these are some of the complaints that we were getting as the Commission for Gender Equality. I just want to say that in those food parcels, there were no sanitary pads or sanitary towels that formed part of the food parcels. And this was also something that we looked at and we called for, the Department of Women to actually say that, when these food parcels are delivered, let's make sure that, there are sanitary pads that will cater for young women who are staying at home or some who are still going to school during COVID-19 lockdown period. So generally, Program Director, women and young girls carried the burden of care. They were caring for the sick with no psychosocial support and with no information that they were provided in terms of how to keep a distance, how to wear a mask, how to sanitize all the time. They were just caring traditionally without all this kind of material or the PPE kit. And not to mention what was happening in some hospitals, in some clinics. And I remember that Baragwanath was the first one to come to the CGE to say nurses there were not getting a lot of, PPE kits. And we worked, with hospital principals in terms of addressing this. I think I'm coming to my last slide, Chairperson. Next slide, please. Yes, one of the highlights, or it's my second last slide, we worked with the National Shelter Movement to ensure that shelters, as well as DSD, to ensure that shelters were accessible, and we were eliminating the discriminatory nature of people accessing the shelters. And we also looked at the protocols of those shelters during COVID-19. And we found that previously, and indicated in our reports that are looking at the state of shelters, there were concerns in terms of access, in terms of number of days, and in terms of funding that those shelters were getting to accommodate the large numbers of survivors of gender-based violence during this time. So shelters were not operating in a uniformal manner. Protocols were different, and I must say that we looked at all provinces and we looked at how protocols need to be looked at and formalized so that these protocols, people don't apply protocols differently. So the investigation into the state of shelter found that there was a lot of matters of concern around funding models and protocols, and this is the continuous observation and continuous communication that the Commission for Gender Equality is having with the Department of Social Development, including the National Treasury. So there were cases that were brought forward, and these cases revolved around the needs of older women and how neglected they were, the needs of persons with disability, the needs of LGBTIQA communities who were experiencing gender-based violence, and their needs, including access to shelters as well during this time of COVID-19. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, COVID-19 has not only exposed the detrimental effect of patriarchy and the legacy of apartheid that we have experienced, but also weaknesses in our systems, in our service delivery, as observed by the CGE as a Chapter 9, including other Chapter 9 institutions. So this calls for better coordinated efforts, particularly by public oversight institutions such as the legislatures, which oversee service delivery by the executive and Chapter 9 institutions. And these are like-minded institutions such as the CGE, the Parliament, the Legislature, to monitor compliance, but also to look at what public and private entities are doing during this time. And I must say that ngiphonsinselelo to the Gauteng Legislature in terms of making sure that it's an exemplary in terms of dealing with these issues. And we know that you are trailblazers, you are exemplary in your position with an active multi-party women's caucus that drives the mainstreaming of gender in its mandate, including capacity building programs in gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation, as well as auditing. So there is a need, Program Director, to also strengthen coordination of interventions by both government and civil society organizations and the private sector as well, to unify efforts of arresting the virus and responding to the gender and socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 epidemic. So we must leverage on our past experiences, applying experiences from the public health campaigns that dealt with, TB, HIV, and AIDS, as well as STI epidemic to curb the spread of coronavirus. So, as well as gender-based violence in our province and in our beautiful country. So there is a need for a more visible role of traditional leaders that we should work with to coordinate the fight against the pandemic. We also need to look at the laws and the legislations and policy frameworks that need to be improved and need to make sure that there is gender sensitization that happens in our country. Program Director, if you can just allow, I just want to mention the existing laws that we are currently looking at. I'm sure we all know that there are 3 bills, there are 3 gender-based violence bills that we are all currently inputting and looking at. And those bills are bills that are basically about, the domestic violence amendment bill, the criminal as well as the related matters amendment bill, the criminal law as well as sexual orientation amendment bill. So those bills last year were the bills that came to us, and we were able to make contributions in terms of how we should actually improve the system as well as the justice system in dealing with cases of gender-based violence, crime that we see that is of gender nature in the Republic of South Africa. I must also mention that some of the bills that are beginning to resurface are the traditional courts bill, the bills that are looking at the land and tenure rights. Those are the bills that I am sure that during the past few weeks and last month, the legislature was also able to make contributions into the land tenure bill, which actually calls for ownership of land as well as property rights for women, so that uma ushonelwe umyeni wakho, or you are supposed to actually access the land and own it. There are no issues in terms of the fact that you are a woman. You need to be married before you can actually own a property and so on. So we need to have more open spaces for the voices of communities, and we must actually have more dialogues that we have in our different corners and spaces, so that people are able to actually bring their issues and voice out their issues to us. Gender mainstreaming, especially with the DDMs at district levels, Mam Shoki has spoken about this in length, and I just want to emphasize, and we must live up to the vision of the Sustainable Development Goals that actually says, let's leave no one behind. Program Chair, Chairperson, I just want to say that we are the ones that are traveling this journey, and we are the ones that will be telling the history, that will be telling our stories of success as the Gauteng Legislature. And I want to leave you, next slide please, with an African proverb that says that until the lions tell their side of the story, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. I thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your presentation. And I think a number of participants are actually left empowered with the information that you provided on your work as a commission, but also on challenges that society is faced with in this country. But I think what is encouraging is towards the end, you also indicated that whilst there are challenges, we do have a program to try and address those challenges. So we do have solutions as long as we can be willing to implement some of the solutions that you have presented as a commission. I'm going to now invite, let me just check. Yeah, I'm going to invite, ma'am, I will actually request that you become, you over patient. I know you've been very patient all along. So I will, I'm going to invite the, is it O'Hara? Are you supposed to come in after? Am I wrong? Am I right? This is O'Hara Bolenge. Or she was speaking on behalf of who?
No, she's just accompanying her.
No, okay, thank you. Okay, fine. I'm going to allow municipalities to actually bring in their own perspective. And after they've done so, we will then engage on the presentation by the commission, and as well as the presentation by municipalities. I've seen the executive, no, it was the speaker from Sidibeng. I saw her face, but we will start with the council speaker of the Western District, Sisunonkoliso Tunzi, to actually make a presentation on municipal perspective, and then she will be immediately followed by Andiswa Musai from the Sidibeng District. Ma'am, you are welcome, and I want to welcome all other speakers and mayors who are here on the platform to share some of their experiences, but also to learn from others. So, ma'am, from the West End, you are welcome, and you can come in and make your presentation, ma'am. And good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chair. I request just 2 minutes so that I retrieve the presentation from my side, because I'm connected using the other gadget, which is my phone, and I won't be able to access the presentation. Can I just be given 2 minutes, if you allow me, Chair?
It's okay. Or do you want me to go to Musai and then come back to you?
Yes, please. That will be convenient for me, Chair.
Okay, my dear. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Memusai and Musai, you are actually welcome, and I'll then request that you make your presentation if you are ready, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the Chair of Chairs and Program Director, Honorable Me Sizakele Nkosi Malobane. Let me also acknowledge the other presenters that also came before me, the Honorable Minister, Me Maite Nkwana Mashabane, also the Honorable Legislature Speaker, Me Mekgwe, also Honorable Me Makakula, who's our chairperson. I also want to acknowledge all the council speakers of Gauteng municipalities, members of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, and all officials that are here from all the government departments. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I don't know if I'll be able to do this presentation from my side, but if I could just ask that we move to the index page, just to take you through that. I have been requested to take you through what is the background and approach on the Multi-Party Women Caucus, and then also for you to understand what are the functions that of our Multi-Party Women Caucus. The composition will also be taking you through some of the challenges that we have and come up with some of the and recommendations. So I want to really thank you once more for this a great opportunity. Can I therefore request that we move to the next slide, please? On the background. Thank you very much. South Africa has made enormous strides in its gender transformation agenda, but many challenges still exist in relation to equality, equity, development, gender mainstreaming, as well as economic access. Political commitment to gender equality is also evidence from different levels. For example, institutional instruments for women advancement, equality legislation, and positive action policies and programs. However, gender mainstreaming in policies and also in projects and programs, it seems to be very erratic. It is uncoordinated, and at times it is non-existent. So where there is political will, there may not be administrative cooperation or budget commitments or vice versa. So in addition to the above, the degree of success in interventions that prioritize women differs from, on all the different levels, whether it's national, provincial, and local spheres of government. So due to its democratization and service provision mandate, local government actually has an extensive role and responsibility to gender mainstream and to develop local communities. Next slide, please. So in Gauteng province, in the municipality where I am the chairperson of council and as a speaker in Sedibeng district municipality, we were the first local government institution to launch the multi-party women's caucus, which in this case I will call the MPWC. And it works in collaboration with the gender committee, which is also a section 79 council committee. It also has good relations with the Salga Women's Commission in Gauteng and has been empowered with guidelines and insights on how the women of Sedibeng can be supported. The common goals are to ensure that the realization of the mission, the vision, the strategic objectives and priorities of Sedibeng District Municipality in relation to the programs that impact on gender-related issues. We also provide oversight of all activities throughout the departments relating to the upliftment and promotion of the rights of women, children, youth, and people with disabilities. Later on, you will see that in as much as we do, have oversight, we also have challenges with regards to that. To monitor and evaluate the gender perspectives of policies, of programs, of projects, and practices of the municipality. We also ensure compliance in accordance with the gender policy and gender mainstreaming strategy as approved by council. We also study, we discuss, we also recommend gender mainstreaming best practices in our committees, in our meetings. And we also initiate, we support, we promote programs that are aimed at preventing, at ending GBV, and to provide support to the victims within the Sedibeng District Municipality. Next slide, please. So our functions of the MPWC is to promote transparency and public participation on gender development, gender-based violence, as well as advocate for gender inclusivity in the workplace and in business. We also oversee and ensure that there is a civic education or awareness programs that we run. We report directly, all the information will be reported directly to the Speaker of Council in liaison with the Gender Committee on the activities of the MPWC Caucus. And we also request with regards to research with regards to the gender-related issues. The MPWC has its own programs and provides support to the Gender Committee. We influence policy development on gender matters. We also build relations amongst the political parties through ensuring that each voice counts and there are discussions and deliberations. We develop an activity plan based on that so that we ensure that there are inclusive programs that are embedded in that, and we will raise awareness and consciousness on gender-related matters. The next slide, please. So our composition, it's comprised of the following. We have 4 councillors from the ANC. We have 1 councillor from the FF+, 1 from the EFF, and 1 councillor from the DA. And the gender chairperson is also an ex officio. So these are all the above are all represented on the multi-party women's caucus, but also they are also councillors in the council. Next slide, please. So we do have challenges as the multi-party caucus, women's caucus in Citibank, and one of them, and which is I think most people will also mention that the budget constraints, because we are not a recognized committee of council. So it becomes very, very challenging for us to have a budget set aside. We are therefore treated as a special project within the Speaker's office with limited or zero budget. There is no availability of funds because the municipality has also budget constraints. So it limits us in terms of rolling out, the programs into the community and also involve councillors in that. We also have a potential, there's a potential for conflict of committee members because due to similarities in key priority areas with the gender-focused nature of the MPWC and the gender committees. So we find that, there will be potential for whether there is confusion in terms of the roles and in terms of the jurisdictions and powers between the 2 committees. So which is something that we still need to rise above. We also have lack of interest and participation because it is a highly politicized, local government is a highly politicized nature. So, some inputs will be seen as coming or being pushed from a certain political agenda by other councils. And obviously they would now, not support the same inputs or the same programs that other members will be, and that will have an impact in terms of community development and also involving other councillors and employees. The next slide, please. We also have come across, intergovernmental relations challenges. There has been a challenge where, the challenge of launching the MPWPs in the local municipalities in Citibank region. Partly it's due to the understanding of the jurisdiction and also the confusion regarding what role does the SDM MPW plays in supporting the local municipalities. So we still need, to work that out and also have clarity and agree on a way forward. But in some instances, there has been non-adherence to guidelines set by the legislature. The terms of reference that have been developed in some cases, they are flouting some of the democratic process with a one-sided party approach. Another challenge to note are the tensions, that rise in the build-up to nominations to leave lead and serve in the MPWC. In fact, yeah, so those are some of the challenges, because then people will start lobbying and there will be, you know, those tensions during that period. So COCTA Georgia is a key partner on gender matter, currently has no relationship with the MPWC. So it does create a disjuncture when programs are proposed and implemented. So that is where those are some of the challenges that we have, and we'll also come up with some of the recommendations that we'll put forward henceforth. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is that the Gauteng Legislature will need to advocate and influence the policy change for MPWC to be recognized as a council committee with budget allocation. That the Gauteng Speakers Forum, MPWC, play an active and key role in inducting and training the MPWCs, so that there will not be any role ambiguity anymore and role confusion. That the Gauteng Legislature will need to also play an oversight role on all the MPWCs in the province, so as to quickly pick up areas of support as they arise. And that SALGA Women's Commission needs to collaborate and partner with local MPWCs for advocacy and awareness programs. That the gender and MPWC relationship, the powers and jurisdiction be clearly defined, and that the IGR function and collaborations be properly defined and contextualized on the role SDM plays in the MPWCs of the local municipality. We now do have a district development model, and with that, we've seen during the COVID-19 period with the district command centers that we have been able to strengthen, in fact, the IGR with the local speakers and all that. So I think we need to look at that, and because we have already worked on it, and use that as our stepping stone. That in terms of the terms of reference, they need to be developed and standardized specifically for local government in Gauteng, as the legislature guidelines are designed for their context and environment. That COCTA GOD should play an active and more visible role in supporting MPWCs and drive the policy reform on gender matters and in local government. Next slide. I think we've actually come to the conclusion. Yes. Now, so as I conclude, local government is and remains the key driver to democratization and service provision to communities. And therefore, municipalities, they have a big role and responsibility of ensuring effective and efficient gender mainstreaming in City-Bank region. Femicide and gender-based violence, it remains a serious challenge for government. And we need to relook our approach and interventions in relations to this social ill. Lack of oversight and accountability, it remains a challenge in gender transformation at all spheres. It is more important, therefore, in municipalities that as they deal directly with the local communities. Although SDM, which is the District Municipality, has an approved gender policy and gender mainstreaming strategy for its operation, it has really been difficult to have a gender-focused program due to budget constraints, and therefore, you know, it will also be good to also start maybe also networking with other departments that will also assist us in partnership, where you have, you know, joint ventures and are able to tap into those budgets. That an activist approach is required when responding to GBV matters, so as to build an environment and culture that is protective of women and children, where they will feel safe at all times. Next slide, please. Chairperson, Program Director, Chair of Chairs, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is the presentation from City-Bank, and I hope that I have been able to outline some of the challenges that we have, and also that we will be able to work on this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You really didn't disappoint. You actually, you were on point, and we are happy that there's a lot of good work that is being done in Sidibeng in terms of addressing challenges that our women in South Africa are faced with on a daily basis. At some point, Sidibeng was actually one of the worst hit areas in terms of femicide, just because of because of gangsterism in that area. A number of women were killed, and of course, a number of women were raped. We still have challenges in terms of the high rate of rape in the area, which need a focus by all of us in Gauteng, because we need to assist, whether it as provincial government or as collective municipal governments. You need our assistance and support in terms of addressing those challenges in that area. But I'm happy that in your presentation you've also indicated that there are quite a number of programs to address same. The Department of Community Safety, led by Ms. Mazibuko, has established. We have established a second Ikale chamber in Sidibeng, Sidibeng, and for some time that Ikale chamber was actually empty, which was actually worrying, because we knew the kind of threats that women in that area get on a daily basis, and for a shelter like that one not being used by those women was worrying. But we are happy now that the department have confirmed that they've populated the shelter. It is now known in the area, and communities are beginning to use it, and women in general are actually benefiting out of the shelter. We also request your assistance and support as the executive, as the speaker, in making sure that the shelter is properly used and women do benefit out of that, out of the programs that are being run by the Department of Community Safety in that area. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your availability and of course your participation. You've been here since this morning, which shows your commitment in issues that affect women. I'll now move to, thank you very much, sis. I'll now move to Tunzi. I hope that she's ready with her presentation. The Speaker of the Westland. Ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, Program Director. Am I audible?
Ma'am, you have disappeared.
No, I'm still here. I was disturbed by the echo. I wanted confirmation if I'm audible.
You are audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me join you in acknowledging the Minister in the Presidency's Office, Minister Maite Nkwane Mashabane, the Chairperson of the Gauteng Multi-Party Women Caucus, the Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, my colleagues, the speakers from the municipality, and all the participants. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for being granted the opportunity to do a presentation which seeks to highlight progress and challenges experienced by the municipality in promoting equity programs for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Under slide number 1, I have the contents page, which is about introduction, overview, progress, challenges, and programs and plans. Can we go to the next slide? Under the introduction, It is just an appreciation on the time in which this program is taking place, which is during the time when we are celebrating Mama Mekgwe's birthday, who was once known and referred to as the mother of Black freedom in this country. Under the same period, we are experiencing COVID-19 pandemic, and every program that we are implementing seeks to address the pandemic. The next slide. Under overview, firstly, we wanted to highlight the fact that at a national level, this department was previously known as the Department of Women, and later on it was renamed to be the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, which was done in 2019. The mission of the department was to accelerate programs which seeks to deal with socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through oversight, monitoring, evaluation, and influencing policy. The priorities in the department were also meant to ensure that the socio-economic empowerment and rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities are mainstreamed across all sectors of society. This department also seeks to monitor the extent to which their social and economic circumstances are significantly improved, promoting and advocating for and monitoring their empowerment and gender equality. Also, in the same department, its intentions was to promote the understanding of their differential circumstances in society. It also seeks to look at the impacts of the neutral decisions, plans, laws, policies, and practices on them through capacity building and responsive budgeting. It is meant to facilitate and monitor capacity building and skills development for the set designated group to participate meaningfully in all areas of economy and the workplace. Next slide, please. The next slide is a reflection of progress which the municipality has achieved. The Western District Municipality, in both the Department of Community Safety and Department of Health, as well as Social Department, have to date conducted the following listed programs in partnership with different stakeholders. There are programs which seek to support GBV in various outreach and interactive sessions which were conducted, comprising of door-to-door campaigns, issuing pamphlets which are meant for the community to reach at their convenient time, and also creating awareness on gender-based violence and victim empowerment centers.
I'm in a Zoom meeting.
Yes.
In support,
I'm just
youth
going
health
to
as
look
various.
at the volume.
No, let's talk later. You can call me when you're ready.
Okay, great.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Thank
No
you,
rush.
love you.
In support,
Okay, bye-bye.
youth health, various engagement sessions were hosted in and out of schools on issues of teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, gender-based violence, HIV and AIDS, and their impacts. As we know that most of the activities that affect the youth negatively are the activities that they get engaged on at an early age. That's why there was those programs. The Caucus programs and activities were also identified for empowerment of councillors and various stakeholders, and also to empower councillors to be able to articulate how the communities must take these issues serious and be involved in trying to resolve them. There were also awareness campaign in creation of human rights culture and encouraged through hashtags, WhatsApp groups, and other social media platforms, which reflected on the plight of women, youth, and people with disabilities. Next slide, please. In this slide, there's a reflection of challenges that we experience as the municipality. This was also reflected by other presenters when they were highlighting the challenges that are faced on the resource mobilization to implement the programs. And this is also evident in that in most instances as municipalities are not that vigorous
Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Uguma challenges, but as goes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I audible now?
Yeah, if you could just start on challenges, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to challenges. I was just citing the fact that under challenges, it's a reflection which was also cited by other presenters in recognizing that lack of resources is a problem. It is really a problem even with the municipalities. And with municipalities, it is a challenge in the sense that we are not that vigorous in terms of budgeting for the programs that are going to make a huge impact when we are implementing the programs that seek to address those issues that I have highlighted previously. Then the other challenge is that there is a gap between other spheres of government and local municipalities, which is a culmination to misunderstanding on what needs to take place when and how. This is experienced in most cases when there's a program that is identified by the other sphere of government, which is expected to be implemented at a local level. There are, in most cases, a misunderstanding on who is responsible to do what in the space. Women, youth, and disabled people's formations still feel neglected because of this lack of sufficient support from all spheres of government. There's also still this working in silos by the state formations, which still remains as a challenge. Let's continue to the next slide. Women and youth disabled people's formations from the West Rand feel also neglected by upper spheres of government and funding and other related support infrastructures. Every time when we have engagements, they always cite challenges that they face when they are approaching other spheres of government. You would recall that West Rand is an area which has land availability issues. This is also captured as a challenge when you want to intervene in the programs which are meant to benefit the said group, that the availability of land proves to be a challenge. Mainly it is because as municipalities in the area, we are not the original owners of the land. The land is mainly privately owned. The other challenge that we face is the lack of continuous capacitation programs for both the administrative staff and councillors. Such programs should be coordinated and supported by upper spheres of government and different government departments with financial muscle if needs be, and capacity as well, so that those who are charged with the administrative responsibility, they really know and understand what are their roles and responsibilities. The other challenge is that private business is not doing enough to support this set designated group of people. You would still find that access to their buildings is still a problem. Next slide, please. Programs and plans. On poverty alleviation, we envisage to ensure that we create local job opportunities for unemployed women, youth and people with disabilities through procurement and locally produced goods, services, EPWP, CWP, and other programs. That's where the municipality intends to make sure that those groups are attended. On women empowerment, we need to strengthen women, youth, and disability people structures. This is as a result of the said group not properly structured because they work in silos, they are not properly organized. Hence this issue of trying to make them understand that working together can have a huge impact. On gender-based violence support, we shall engage in programs that provide better support and more places of safety and care for survivors of gender-based violence and encourage advocacy programs. On empowerment in work environments, we are in anticipation of making sure that we adopt and implement a sexual harassment policy in the municipality. It is there, but it needs to be reviewed as it is required from time to time. We also ensure the safety of all employees, including those who are vulnerable groups. On efficiency and effective skills development, we always prioritize and through conducting annual skills audits for employees, including designated groups. Next slide, please. We are facilitating access to existing services to support victim empowerment service providers. We are also investigating the viability of establishing a West Fund gender-based violence facility. We are facilitating a public campaign targeting women, youth, and people with disabilities. We're also coordinating commemorative days for the youth, women, and people with disabilities. And that concludes my presentation. And once more, thank you very much, Chair, for providing us an opportunity to share our experience, progress, and challenges as experienced by the municipality. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation, and we really appreciate your availability and also willingness to share some of your experiences with us, but also having taken time to prepare for us. That also, ma'am, is appreciated. We know you've put a lot of effort and in terms of making sure that whatever you're sharing with us is actually at the required standard, which I think it's a very high standard for some of us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that presentation. I'll now call the last municipality presenter, which is the presenter from Tshwane. The presenter, no, it's not the last one. There's still Ekurhuleni. I'll invite the one from Tshwane, And after the one from Tshwane, I'll invite Eguruleni. Johannesburg have actually put in an apology. The speaker there, Umam Mulwele, is actually not feeling well. So Tshwane, you are welcome, and this is your platform. You can start with your presentation, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
You are audible, ma'am.
There's a terrible echo that I'm hearing, but hope it will. Hello? Hi, Bo.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, can you hear me? I thought I'm gone.
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, chairpersons of multi-party women caucus, women commissioners. Good afternoon, all. From the city of Tshwane, the multi-party women caucus is the program that is very active, and we are reporting to the office of the chief whip. The city of Tshwane Women Caucus was established in 2017, and as I mentioned, that we report directly to the office of the chief whip. And our mandate is to promote gender, focal point, and for people living with disabilities, and also for both councillors and officials in the city. Our structure is represented by 6 councillors, 3 from the DA, 2 from the ANC, and 1 from the EFF. The city of Tshwane has more than 5 political parties, but unfortunately, some political parties, they don't have female councillors. So that's the reason only 3 political parties are the representatives of the multi-party women caucus. And at the stage of achievement on women representation in the senior decision-making position for both political and administration. And at the moment, I'm not having the stats available with me, but that can be forwarded to you at the later stage. So we are in a process of the development of gender policy together with the Department of Social Development, with the MMC's office. And at the moment, it's still a draft, but it's in the office of the mayor. And after that, it will be going to the editing. Then we hope by May, it will serve in council for approval. And we are also working on the policy of sexual harassment. We are reviewing it, and also is one of the policies that as the multi-party women caucus we are looking at. And the project programs that we are focus area, the Women Caucus has embarked on various activities in the community outreach programs. We are more involved with the Take a Girl Child to work. We also embarked on the drug awareness programs, the Back to School campaign, and the matric intervention programs. Visitation to the orphanages and shelters caring for victims of gender-based violence. As part of councillors' activities, those are the programs that the Women Caucus we are mostly involved in. And the committee is working on reviewing, as I mentioned, those 2 policies. And the reason, especially for the one of sexual harassment, is because as the city of Tshwane, we are faced with a huge challenge of the sex workers, which is something that we really want to hear from the provincial and national, the state of it, because I think we need the direction from these committees You can't just ignore it, because the city of Tshwane, we are really faced with the huge where these things that are happening in the bushes. It's happening in the place that really is in a bad space. So the challenges that the city is faced with, like any other municipalities that they mention, the challenges still existing in ensuring a gender-responsive budget, limited resources and lack of budget to advance gender-related activities, limited terms of references. The multi-party women caucus in the city of Tshwane is not yet Section 79. Program of action not aligned to province and national programs due to escalated information not reaching the committee. As I mentioned before, that we are reporting to the office of the chief whip, but the most correspondent goes to the speaker's office. Also, inadequate attendance of meeting by members due to the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic since 2020 last year, when the COVID hit our country. And another challenge is lack of budget allocation for the multi-party women caucus. We don't have a dedicated budget. We depend on other departments to donate or to help us. So my last one is the recommendations. There is a need to have a common terms of references for all men. And women caucus, and in which political offices is said be located. The annual program of gender to be shared from provincial and to the national department. That's all from the city of Tshwane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll now move quickly to the next presenter, which is actually our presenter from Eguruleni. Is that Eguruleni? Okay. Yeah. Siyabonga kakhulu ma. Eguruleni, we're ready for you. Is Eguruleni present? Doesn't look like we're here, ne? Okay. No, thank you very much, honorable members and honorable councillors. We have 3 presentations to engage with. We still engage with the commissioner as well, if they're still around. We got presentation from, in terms of municipalities, we received some presentation from Sidibeng, the West Rand, and now Tshwane. I've indicated that the presentation from Johannesburg is not going to happen because Honorable Mulwele is not feeling well today. So we'll focus on those 3 municipalities in Gauteng. I'll also welcome those that want to engage with the previous presentations, and in order for us to really link the information that we have received this morning and also this afternoon. May I then check if there's any takers? There is one people raised their hands. Who's that one? Rose. I think there is Rose M. You are noted, ma'am. Any other taker? Okay, maybe Nzofunu Kopago Rose. Rose, you can come in. Or there's also member Ngube who will come after you, sis. So you are recognized, Rose. You can actually make your input, sis.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do have a request from the committee that can we have the follow-ups meeting of these sessions, especially when you can see the common challenges that the multi-party women caucus are faced with is a uniformity. So can't we have maybe a way that all the municipal we work in the same way? I know the municipal are not the same in demographics and then and so on and so forth, but can we just have a uniformity how the multi-party women caucus should operate? Because now there's a program GOD and the women commissioners and the multi-party women caucus, and then these three they link. You find that other municipalities is only GOD, they don't have a multi-party women caucus, and then others is only the commissioners, they don't have the multi-party women caucus. Can we maybe from the province or the national side have a document that really give the direction to the program, so that even the mayors and the speakers in our cities, they can allocate budget to see that this is put in an IDP when they plan for their upcoming budget? Because at the moment it's not happening, and it's really frustrating because we are there, we are always talk about this. I don't know how many times we spoke about the budget and the allocations and to make sure that the women caucus issues are really taken into consideration, but it's not happening. Can we maybe from your level and then ensure that the cities, they do comply? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Mekgwe, you'll then be followed by Ma'am Dikhamela.
Thanks, Honorable Acting Chairperson. Maybe just to agree with maybe follow-ups on these issues, because I think I had 3 municipalities about the absence of budget. And then also, because we need also to separate the portfolios with the multi-party caucus, because the multi-party caucus, for instance, on the CPU, Commonwealth, it's mandatory for legislatures to have it, firstly, to look at the interest of the women in the legislature or parliament. Because in some other, for instance, when we arrived in parliament, they will say those that were there in 1994, that there were no toilets for women. Most of the things, because the previous government, it was only Helen Susan that was a woman previously. So given the establishment of the multi-party caucus, which is mandatory throughout Commonwealth countries, which looks firstly, before you go out and have an interest on what is happening with the women outside the legislature, but it has to start also in terms of what is it that needs to be fixed to suit the women. For instance, maybe Zani Crashes Parliament aftercare. Yeah. For instance, now that we have young honorable members at the legislature, Honorable Chairperson Makakula, we think also have to have a policy on the aftercare. I'm not sure also the question of maternity leaves and whatever, because they are young, they are still bearing children. Maybe we didn't care last time because it was us who are over the bearing children. So, and then over and above that, then going out, then on the portfolios that you are having, to ensure that the policies that you put in place in terms of designated groups, women, people with disabilities, youth, and now it's the addition of
LGBTQIAs, but before LGBTQI, the edition was military veterans. But we need to start with ourselves inside the legislature, then can then have extended the interest on the mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mngube. I will now allow.
Recommendation. Okay. Yeah, on the absence of budget, I think the Honorable Speaker, because she has the Speakers Forum, because this is budget for the legislature, it's not for the mayor or whatever. So at the Speakers Forum, the Honorable Speaker has to raise this as a part of the mandate of the legislators, so that within the municipality legislatures, then there has to be that budget. But you need to lobby yourselves as women first in terms of ensuring that this structure do exist. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can we then request that Lady Khamela comes in?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. My input is related to the Commissioner, Tamara Matebula's input. It was very informative and comprehensive. I didn't hear, maybe it's because of network, the issue about female genital mutilation. How are they addressing that issue? Because of we are now globalized and we've been having it maybe in a small scale, but I suspect there is an increase because we now are more or are increasing in terms of globalization. We've got people from other parts of Africa who practices that thing. Has it increased? What's happening on that one? Also on the issues of forced marriages, I listened to Thobela FM in the evening. I never thought in our country we are having some of these stories that I hear, that a woman forces her daughter of 15 years old to be married by her boyfriend so that she has access to that man in between. So I just want to hear how is their response to, or how are they addressing the issue of forced marriages in our country, because I think it is existing. And the other thing is, how are they dealing with the issue of high profile individuals involved in gender-based violence, particularly rape, because the previous issue that I raised about forced marriages, it is also involving such individuals who are respected in the community, or they have big monies and nothing can happen to them. How are they dealing with this one? Related to that one is also incest pregnancies, where you hear in the radio that a man somewhere in Zanin has forced her own biological daughter to sleep with her, and they now having 3 children and nothing is happening. That is incest, and I think it is illegal in our country because it is not allowed. What are they doing? And the other thing is visibility. I think in cities are much at an advantage to access this commission. But I'm just worried about women in deep rural areas where there's often no network. Even it's very difficult to reach out, and I'm just worried, how is their visibility? The last thing is about the issue of reproductive health that she mentioned. I think she mentioned termination of pregnancy at 32 weeks. If I had it wrong, I apologize, but at 32 weeks, that is a human being. It cannot be removed. It's too late to remove. It can be removed at 12 weeks by a midwife who is trained to do that, and up to 20 weeks, it can be a medical doctor who is trained to do that. If She mentioned 32 weeks. I'm not sure, perhaps it was an error of a presentation. Lastly, I think last year during COVID, it was us in Gauteng, I think particularly Tembisa, that was high in terms of gender-based violence. I'm just like worried that in our own province, yes, we've got issues. I remember I saw in one WhatsApp, this lady was a foreign national lady who was working at night, and she left her son to take care of her maybe 14-year-old and 12-year-old sisters. But in the middle of the night, I think she used to sleep with the two. They ended up falling pregnant. That was during COVID. Such issues, how do we deal with such issues? I'm just like foreseeing the work of the commission is just too broad now. I think they need a lot of support, because their issues are really life-touching issues that require a lot of support by other ministries. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. I think I've exhausted all the hands and that were requesting to be given an opportunity to speak.
Hand is up.
Okay. There is a oh, thank you. There is a chair, Manina. Honorable Mazibugo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and let's appreciate all the presentations from especially the CGE on the issue of shelters. If just my question would have they managed to get the Department of Social Development to really fund the shelters, because it's one department that seemed that apparently the budgets were reduced, and they targeted specifically on shelters, and they increased money on food parcels rather than ensuring that women have got places where they can be safe. Secondly, on all the municipalities, Chair, I think is it in Sidibeng where there was that concrete recommendation of COCTA. I'm not sure if COCTA, they mean the COCTA province, the one that is under MEC Maile. Then because in our women's multi-party, we've got Comrade Kidiboni, who is the chairperson of the COCTA portfolio committee. That maybe Comrade and a member Kidiboni takes up some of these issues that have been raised: the non-budgeting, the non-availability. You know, if you listen to their presentation, almost all of them, they are citing one thing: no support, and that makes even members not to be committed to attending your multi-party women's caucus meetings. And I had hoped, Chairperson, as they speak, they will indicate if those multi-party caucuses are functional. And the issue of mainstreaming, just like we do mainstreaming at the legislature, are they also doing it to check if each and every budget that goes through the council, each and every department, it recognizes or prioritizes women's issues, youth, and people with disabilities? And if not, Chair, so that then it be part and parcel of the next training for women councillors, to say they must be able to look at the budget and be able to do gender mainstreaming. And the establishment of focal points also is important. It's not enough that everything falls under speaker. You don't into speaker, because they know speakers are women. What happened to those municipalities where speakers are men? It means there won't be any commitment that is coming out of this. So the importance of establishing either a section 59 or a section section 1. If Johannesburg does have a chairperson, but it says it's a gender committee, which also becomes relevant of zonke available to gender. So Johannesburg does have, unfortunately they did not make presentation. But on the multi-party caucus, I'm not sure if they existed. So if all municipalities can have that section 59 or section Banbani committee, that also sits and be able to look at matters that affect all the vulnerable groups and ensure that there's mainstreaming. Our speaker, they must make it their responsibility for now, because they're under them, to make sure with all the budgets that go through them, women are at the, as councillors, they're at the coalface of service delivery. And we look up to them. If there's no water, it means it's women that have to carry buckets, go look for water. If there's no sanitation, it means it's women in order for them to access sanitation. If there's no electricity, it's women who must struggle to cook. Currently in Fulani, there are areas that have been without electricity for more than a year already. And they're even toy-toying today. And that shows at the coal front. I know electricity is not, they don't make electricity. But to what extent do they engage ESCOM to ensure that people who have to wake up at 4 a.m., as if it's our grannies in the olden days, it's women. If they have to go to work, they must first make fire and put boil water for them to be able to wash and their children wash, to be able to go to and make umtogo estofin samalahle. So these are things that when they tackle any other matter that goes through them, they should be able to ask those relevant questions. At the end, who suffers here? It is women. It's not men. Men, they don't care. But women suffer. The accessibility of their buildings for people with disabilities, others are accessible, and maybe it's another report that they must have as part of their engagement. That's all, Madam Chair of Chairs, on what I wanted to deposit, so that then colleagues, even in the councils, are able to take up these matters. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rose. Your hand was up. Can you come in?
I was, sorry, ma'am, I was trying to lower it down. I'm okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dikhamela, your hand is up. Okay. Can I request that other presenters come in terms of responding to what was said? And thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Women's League in Gauteng, but also the MEC for Safety, for your input. Can we check if there's any other interested person who want to respond to what was said earlier? Or you can actually just participate like any other participant in this meeting. As respondent, Natula man, sing a chef. Cool man, guys. Okay, if there's nothing on this one, let me then take this opportunity to thank.
Chair, my hand is up.
Whose hand is up?
It's Speaker Musai from City
Oh,
Bank.
yes, Musai, thank you very much, ma'am. You can come in.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think most of the inputs were also comments that were emphasizing some of the challenges that we raise in terms of the budget. But maybe just to respond to what the MEC, Faith Mazibuko has mentioned, we do have a functional multi-party women's caucus, and it does do its oversight. But we were affected by the COVID-19. So in terms of us having, more meetings, we were restricted. So we were unable to be as functional and as effective as we would want it to be. But we also still have challenges of, the line crossing between the gender committee and the multi-party women's caucus. So that is where the issues would be. But in terms of us also doing mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming, and also looking at the budget, it's also a bit of a challenge, because you would realize that you would ask or submit reports in administration for them to respond to you and to assist with information, and the information will not be as forthcoming, or they will not respond to us as quickly as they could. Thanks. That's the input that I wanted to bring in. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Speaker was Western. Do you want to come in as well, ma'am? Thank you very much, Musai. I think LD. I'm not
Thank
sure.
you very much.
Honorable Tunzi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the emphasis is on the issue of the support mainly, whether it's a non-budget or budget. But in that area, I think we need to strengthen so that whatever program we do really achieve the impact it was meant to. Other than that, there's work in progress, except those challenges that we face here and there. But in the main, I think on the multi-party women caucus, it's a pity that also facing the similar challenges that are faced by other municipalities. It's not a structure that receives the support that it requires, because it depends on off the court chairperson. It depends on who controls the politics in a space, and that setup has negatively on the functionality of the structure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Lungisa. Lungisa T. Okay. Honorable Mazibugo.
My apology, Chair. You know, I forgot something. Last year, as part of that presentation that was made earlier by DGG Shoki Shabalala and the DG from women on the 6 pillars of the National Plan of Action against GBV. Last year in Gauteng, that responsibility was also given to mayors. If speakers can be able to track from their various mayors, how far is the implementation of that 6-point plan on the prevention of GBV? They were present in the meeting. I think they did see when DDG Shoki and then DG were presenting on the 6, what it is that is entailed there. And remember, within the plan is the issue of your environmental design, where there's long grass, where women get raped as they walk. It's dark in the townships. So these are responsibilities that were given to municipalities. I'm just making an example on these two. But there are other responsibilities that were also given to the municipalities. Maybe in the next meeting, Chair of Chairs, when we interact with municipalities, we must ask that question on their plans on GBV, what it is that has been implemented and what it is that they've done. Them as multi-party women's caucuses, they must ask these relevant questions on GBVF, because it happens at their level. Each and every household exists within a ward, and even the functioning of the ward-based war rooms, because those ward-based war rooms are the ones that have to monitor through COVID how our family is responding to it, and that even includes the issue of your gender-based violence. I remembered when Utunzi was speaking to say we did not ask this relevant question of saying how are they monitoring the implementation of the 6-point plan on the national plan of GBV. Thank you.
Chairperson. Chair.
Tamara, you can come in, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'll be very quick with my responses given the time, Honorable Chair of Chairs. On the female genital mutilation, Chair, we all know that this is one of those cultural practices that young women were previously exposed to. And I must say that in South Africa and other parts of Africa, this practice, especially in South Africa, was seen in the northern and east part of South Africa, particularly in the Limpopo Venda area. So what we are currently seeing, there is a decrease in the practice where young women had to undergo a traditional ceremony called Kihu Matuso or Matusa. Where you will find that there is a partial cut of the clitoris or the complete total removal of the clitoris. So that procedure was called clitorectomy. So basically, Chair, just to respond to Honorable Medi Khamela, this practice is no longer highly practiced now, particularly in South Africa and even in some parts of Africa. So we are making sure that should there be any reports of such a cultural practice in South Africa, it is one of those practices that both the Gender Commission as well as the CRL, which is the commission responsible for culture and religion, we are signing an MOU to actually look at cases such as those. Just to quickly move to the forced marriages in South Africa, Chair, yes, we are seeing an increase in forced marriages, particularly of young women getting married by their own parents to even older men. And this is also related to ukutwalwa or noma ukutwala, which is also one of the traditional practice where a young maiden will actually be married to an older man, and sometimes you'll find that these families either agree or they don't agree. But I think, again, it's one practice that is perpetuated by quite a lot of poverty. If you go to other rural areas around us, especially in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, you will find that young maidens are actually taken away from their families, or mothers and fathers do allow these young people to actually be married to older men without without them agreeing. So it's another violation of human rights, something that we are also looking at. And I think, again, these are some of the things that need to go to the laws and policies that we are currently developing. Very quickly on how we're dealing with high-profile people whose cases revolve around gender-based violence. Yes, the Gender Commission actually deals with these high cases or high-profile people without a favor or prejudice. Even if you are a high-profile person, if you are found guilty, we will definitely investigate you. We will come up with a report against you. We will make sure that people face the might of the law. I'm not going to refer to any, but I think we are currently sitting with high-profile people cases that we are currently looking at. And if it doesn't fall under the CGE, there is another Chapter 9 institution that can better assist. We always refer. In terms of incest and pregnancies, we are currently, like I indicated earlier, Chair of Chairs, that one of the things that we are currently looking at are these pregnancies that predominantly happen during COVID lockdown. And you will find that some of those pregnancies are a result of incest, where young people were locked alone in the homes with their either with their brothers and sisters, or they were locked with their uncles and relatives. So basically, those incest is something that the Commission will actually be looking at as we deal with the teenage pregnancy, learner pregnancy, as well as pregnancies in general. The work that Commissioner O'Hara Ngomadiseko will be doing in the next few days. And I think we will be more than willing to share our findings and to share what the policy imperatives would look like when it comes to incest and pregnancies like that. The termination of pregnancy, 32 weeks, I think it was my mistake. Please, can you please forgive me, Honorable Dikhamela? Termination is 16 weeks and below. If it's more than 16 weeks, that's a human being, an adult. So if I did say 32 weeks, that would definitely be my mistake. Perhaps I was referring to some of the clandestine abortions that are happening even at 32 weeks. But I think in terms of termination and as well as the policies that we currently have, it should be 16 weeks and below and not more than that. On the question that Honorable MEC Mazibuko asked on the shelter report, yes, I must say that Honorable MEC, after conducting the legislative or investigations that we did, the legal investigations, we released a report on our findings on the state of shelters in South Africa. And between the period 2019 and 2020, we did have and/or conducted investigative hearings. We called the National Department of Social Development. We called all 9 provincial departments. Gauteng was also one of the departments that appeared before the commission to come and account on how they are funding the shelters around Gauteng. And I know that one of the things that actually made us look at the state of shelters was one of the shelter that we mentioned earlier, which is a shelter in Braamfontein. And I must also say that where we are now in 2021, we have submitted the report formally to the department, and they are looking at the recommendations that we have made. We have given them a shorter time to respond back to us so that we can look at whether the progress has been made in terms of funding all these shelters in a manner that is satisfactory, and making sure that even resources are made available, including training and capacity building of people that are working in those shelters. So we are waiting for the Department of Social Development to come back to us. And as soon as they come back to us, they must actually tell us how far they have gone in terms of implementing most of the recommendations, if not all. And we will actually be hand-holding where we need to. So if there is or there are areas where we need to make sure that there's gender mainstreaming training, we will make sure that that happens. But I think where we are now early this year, we will be waiting for their response in terms of how far they have implemented our recommendations and resolutions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. I think I'm not winning in terms of recognizing Lungisa, but it's fine. I think before we move from this item, Commissioner and also our speakers and executive mayors, I see Mayor Lerato is also here, from municipalities. I mean, we had visits at the beginning of the year to different schools, particularly, and I actually visited quite a number of farm schools, and there are quite a lot of challenges in those schools, and that girl children are actually faced with. Girls at as young as 11 years do get pregnant. I mean, I too, that we was actually pregnant and she had to come back to school. At that time, she was, when we visited, she was 13 years. And I'm talking about something that happened few weeks ago. You know, in those farm schools, because some of them, they stay in farms that belongs to different white employers. And there's also a lot of drinking in those farms. So girl children become targets of these men who are drunk, who end up abusing them. And that is also happening in colored communities. And I think I would really appreciate if the Gender Commission can also do some form of study in challenges that young people experience in this farm, in these farms, as well as in colored communities, in order for us to be able to come up with a balanced report that don't only focus on urban areas, but it also addresses the poorest of the poor. So it's actually, I'm actually provoked by your response, Commissioner, and I just feel that it's things that need to be thoroughly addressed. You know, in most cases, these are issues that we ignore, maybe because we are scared of confronting the demon, or because we don't think they actually they are very important. But what is important, we always talk about economic development, blah 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 blah. But the real soft issues which affect our people directly, particularly the poor, they are always ignored and put aside and not being addressed. And I actually felt that it was important that this meeting should also look at such people. There was a hand, I'm not sure whether now you provoke again, Jengami. There was a hand and she raised her hand and disappeared. Raise your hand again so that we can be able to recognize you, ma'am.
My hand is up, Chairperson, a program director.
Oh, this is O'Hara. Okay.
Yes, yes.
That's my senior. Ne? Okay, so no one ngaba late kangakanani sis O'Hara. As long as raise when isandla. Umhlaba for me. So let me recognize you.
Thank you very much.
Because of you. Thank you, Sis O'Hara. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, program director. Mina, this thing runs in my blood. I'm a teacher who taught in 1976 during that time, and I saw a lot of young girls dropping out of school because of pregnancy. And under Bantu education, apartheid education, once you are pregnant, the school system excludes you. It became different under democracy. We all know the law and the stand against discrimination. I won't go into that. But honorable members, this is actually a very important part of a girl child's development. And many of the girl children who fall pregnant, actually, unless if you are a child of somebody, of a woman who is able to look after your child, you know issues of class come in. But if you are from a poor family, uzamita ube nomntana una 13, una 14, by the time you are 20, you have 6 children. There are many cases like that. So, and we feel as the CGE that as we deal with gender-based violence and femicide, we actually have to even go back and look at issues of learner pregnancy and the fact that learner pregnancy predisposes the girl child to gender-based violence and femicide. And uma engakwazi ukuqeda isikolo uza employiwa ubani. Then we raise levels of unemployability. I'm not even saying unemployment. I'm talking about unemployability because angena ma skills uzagcina esebenza kuphi, asebenza store or azosebenza endlini, and kube a vicious cycle of poverty. So I think we actually have to look at it and look at it as well as part of pillar number 2, prevention. And you are right, program director, when you talk about farm schools, because those are the children who become pregnant because of the abuse, because of rape, or even if bayavuma ukeva sex and become pregnant, it's mostly because bazathola something out of it. You know what I mean? So it just perpetuates a cycle of poverty, and it affects our own social cohesion, because if we have high numbers of learners who are pregnant, it's got all sorts of implications, from the individual's own ability to be financially able to stand up and even stand up against a man who abuses them. Because financial stability, financial empowerment, and all of those things. So this is a very important project. Maybe at some point, we may want to have a meeting, caucus, just to brief and share with thinking around it, because we are very worried about the numbers of the girl child who drop out. And it's not only that, the girl child is always burdened ka pregnancy, umfana ukuphi or indoda ikuphi. And that kind of perpetuates inequality, and it affects us attaining gender equality. So we actually have to address it. But maybe let me not go very much into it. To say that it's a very important project because it actually looks at the girl child and her education, and it's got implications for women's empowerment. We talk about women's empowerment. We must start as well at the education and what are the things that affects the child, the girl child, from finishing school and becoming skilled in various areas. So it's got many layers. And as I say, program director, we might actually need the opportunity so that we can share, and we will also be looking at the framework, prevention and management of pregnancy. Is it being implemented? Because the police. So we want to know if it's being implemented. If it is not being implemented, what are the challenges and what must we do? And obviously we'll need political support in doing all of those things. Chairperson, let me stop here. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Osti. Sis O'Hara, I can't call you something else, and people will have to understand. For you to, in the struggle to be called Sis O'Hara, you had to earn it. It's like Abo Prazban Banyana, you earn it, you know. Otherwise, I will call you something else if you didn't earn that particular label. So for me, you'll remain Sis O'Hara. Thank you very much for your wisdom, ma'am. And of course, I agree with you. We definitely have to meet and discuss some of these issues, because Sizika Pezulu in workshops like this, but we don't go deeper. And I think once we'll be focusing on farm schools, I also want us to focus on the colored community. And it's an area that personally I have a passion for, because I've worked kakulu with that community, and the kind of abuse that our women the farming community, in order for us to be able to address the issues, we really need to sometimes use such labels or names, and then we zoom in those communities with an intention of making sure that we build one society in our country. So thank you very much for your response, and I hope that those that are making notes will actually highlight such a recommendation, that after these workshops, on our own little corners, we then need to go down and work in those areas. Ingabi ukuthi we vakasha nje as if it's us having a tour, or we're just tourists in those communities. But I feel when we go out and engage with our communities and identify challenges, we need to go back and do some work, and hope that all of us as women leadership, we will definitely do something in our own little corners. And yeah, when I'm saying farming communities, I went to almost all 5 corners. The only area that they don't have farms is actually Johannesburg, but we went to informal informal settlements in Johannesburg, but we went to West Rand, we went to Sidibeng, we went to Tshwane, and of course we went to Eguruleni, and all of them have got serious challenges. And I'm saying this because I know that the leaders from those areas are here, and of course we'll share notes or the report that when we visited, these are the things that we have seen, and we also indicated we'll be going back to those communities, and when we do go back, the leadership will have to join us. Thank you very much for your input, everyone, on this particular, on these 4 inputs. We'll now move to the last presentations. And see hi.
Chair.
Yes. Or Kirikamela, and then Mem Nube will also follow you. Thank you very much. Kirikamela, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Is the presenter from Office of the Premier not responding to few of the things we have raised? I'm concerned about the MKN VA personnel there. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. We'll make sure that we address it tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning when we start. We'll have to, now I wanted to raise a few issues, but it's fine. We will try and bring it back for her to respond. But if you can respond, Ntombi, if you want to. Are you still here? Ntombi?
Chair, I'm here.
Okay, you want to respond quickly, but let me allow Member Mngube to speak, and then thereafter you can respond, ma'am, so that Singapore's phone isn't. Member Mngube?
No. I don't know, Chairperson, it's the same thing that she has been quiet when we wanted people to speak. So she's owing us lots of responses on military veterans and GOD. Thank you.
Okay. And Ntombi, you can come in, ma'am. You are recognized. Seems quite a number of our participants that have asked questions, and those questions have not been responded to. So, ma'am, come in.
Thank you very much. The questions that I have are on military veterans in terms of the opportunities, I think, and the housing. In terms of the process, is the age that is attributed to military veteran receiving houses. I want to start, there was a slide that I flighted which indicates the number of benefits that are due to military veterans, including pension, and I did indicate that some of those benefits are the responsibility of national, and that is such as pension that are due from the Department of Military Veterans directly. And then provinces are then requested to contribute or to support, and provinces then make a commitment to that. And those are the list of commitment that on behalf of GPG that Gauteng has committed to. One, in terms of housing, it is the purview of a National Department of Military Veterans to certify or to register military veterans on the database. They then do a list over a 3-year period of military veterans in each province that are due to receive houses. That list is then forwarded to that province for those to receive houses or to deliver on. So the province then does not develop a list in terms of who receive houses, but that list is done by a Department of Military Veteran. Province can, if there are issues like the 82-year-old that is struggling, a request, or the Gauteng department has allowed military veterans to apply under the normal application for houses. But the challenge with that is that those that receive such houses in that manner means they do not require the additional that are due to military veterans, which is only done for people that are on the list that would have come from a Department of Military Veteran. The challenge with a military veteran in terms of complaint is that you will find Gauteng has a lot of military veterans that are not recognized in the Department of Military Veteran as per the Act. And that is because of the verification process that has been delayed, which can only be done by the Department of Military Veteran. I will make an example. Currently, the Department of Road and Transport, we're doing an employment program for military veterans for about 600. I sent a list of 1,800 to Department of Military Veteran for verification. Only 590 of those are actually qualifying in terms of the Act and are in the database of a Department of Military Veteran, which means in this program or any other, the balance of that cannot benefit until they are verified, if they so qualify, or they are not verified. Premier is aware of the issue of verification, and the committee at National has started its work, and we have requested that they prioritize Gauteng because it becomes difficult for department and municipalities to then extend or provide services to military veterans as per the basket if they are not recognized by DMV. So that is the issue that you will always, until the verification process is completed, you will always have complaints. So in total this year, Gauteng would have employed about 800 military veterans, but there are many that are outside of the system that would not be able to benefit from that. So in terms of housing, then I have indicated. Then we have the skills development, which is the program then for both bursary as well as for beneficiaries, which is run through GCRA. And I think that's what the honorable member was talking about in terms of a low uptake. What we are now proposing to GCRA is to focus on a skills development opportunity that will lead to jobs or to businesses taking up the preferential procurement stake for military veterans. So we should be able to see a number of improvement. In terms of military veterans that are getting houses in various settlements around Gauteng and the complaints, the Department of Human Settlement is aware. But what we find is that a number of military veterans are moved from their communities where they have support. For example, a lot of them move from Soweto to go to Savannah, which is in Sidibeng, in big numbers. And in terms of opportunities, then they find themselves without the support of families in those. But the issues in terms of houses of construction are being dealt with by human settlement. Because of the areas that are being developed currently, this will continue to be the trend as human settlement tries to push the backlog in terms of housing to military veterans, to try and locate and allocate houses to areas that are being developed. But should members be aware of military veterans that really require houses, this can then be forwarded to us or to Department of Human Settlement to then engage, one, to verify if they are truly military veterans, because that's where the bottleneck is. We've had sleepovers in the Office of the Premier of military veterans that are actually not military veterans in terms of the definition. So we will need to verify and then check if they are on the list of military veterans that are due to receive houses. In other areas such as transport, Department of Transport is now exploring areas to provide subsidized transport to military veterans that are mainly unemployed. And this is on an ongoing basis in partnership with the National Department of Military Veterans. So there is so much that a province can do, but most of it we are guided by the National Department of Military Veterans. That is in terms of jobs, in terms of houses, and then slowly there is an improvement in terms of businesses or jobs that are provided to military veterans. The issue in terms of just giving military veterans employment, MEC Mamabulo is now responsible, is looking at reskilling. They may qualify, and when they apply, they do not get those jobs because a number of them, the areas of qualification are not aligned to what departments are doing. So in terms of the security in GPG, we're looking at that area, and MEC has suggested we do reskilling and also the issue of grading, where they can be absorbed, because they also complaining that most of the opportunities that they are given are stipend based, and they cannot feed families based on that kind of initiative. So that is an ongoing engagement. We're hoping to increase the area of support in terms of businesses, as they also, it's a competitive space, but there is room to make sure that we give more. Some of the areas that we depend on national, for example, is the issue of burial. It's not given to or delegated to provinces. Every military veteran that is recognized has got a burial benefit at DMV of 25,000, but only if you are on the database. So should a military veteran die, then DMV is requested to process the 25,000, and as a province, we then do not offer any support in terms of burial. That is the agreement. And we've just signed MOU as Gauteng with the National Department of Military Veterans, hoping for a smooth service delivered to military veterans and clarifying areas that have caused problems in the past. I'm hoping, Chair, that I have answered all the questions that were related to military veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were issues on GOD that were raised, ma'am. Do you want to respond to those?
Unfortunately, there was a sound problem when Honorable Member Makakula was asking, and I did not get that. The one that I think I did was training on, training on people with disability. Even if you just, someone can write notes for me, then I can maybe respond in writing as well, because I could not hear.
Okay, fine. If you can, I'll ask Member Makakula to write it on the chat, and you can respond so that everyone can be able to access that particular response. Since it was asked in the House, I'm sure quite a number of us are interested in hearing the response. So I'll ask her to repeat the question through the chat, the chat room, and then please respond on the chat room. Don't respond directly to her as an individual, ma'am. Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other issues before I move to the next items? Okay. We are left with 2 presentations. We'll quickly accept those 2 presentations. Then discussions, after discussions, it will be closure for the day until tomorrow morning. So let me then invite the presentation from NCPD. Libito, I don't have the name.
Yes, Ms. Zakela, it's me.
Okay, my dear. Thank you very much, Ntabi, saying it's nice to see you again on this platform. I'm going to allow you to make the presentation, and immediately after you will then get the second presentation. After that, we'll interact with what you have presented. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome to our strategic session of the Women Caucus. We're joined by the leadership from local government. Most of them are very senior leaders in those structures. We've got mayors and executive mayors, as well as the speakers from local government. And in our case, we're also joined by our speaker and deputy speaker and chairpersons of different committees, as well as our chief whip in Gauteng. So, ma'am, you are welcome. You can come in.
Thank you, Program Director Ms. Zakele. Good afternoon, Memaite Nkwana Mashabani, Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, all protocol observed. As Ms. said, my name is Ntabi Singh Molongwana, and I am representing the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities. And it will not be a complete introduction if I do not mention that I am a person with an impairment, with a severe impairment, due to a motor vehicle accident that happened 27 years ago at a very young age. And I'm mentioning this, Mayor Caesar, because I'm surrounded by women, and women that are talking about, that are discussing issues robustly and making sure that the people that we save are also not forgotten at all. And this reminds me of my mother, my late mother, who at the time, I used to think my mother was uneducated, and she did not speak English. She could not speak English, but she had the wisdom to push me forward and to make sure that I, in her own small way, that I achieve the things that she did not achieve. And when Bomme were talking, especially, I know there were people that spoke with emotion, and I think Medi Khamela and the other ladies that were talking said that the women are the ones that mostly take responsibility. And at the time, I must mention that my mother was unemployed, and she had just left a marriage where she had problems. But when the time came for a decision to be made for me, where I'm going, because I must mention I was only 18 years old at the time, she said, I don't know how we're going to make it through, but I'm not going anywhere without my child. And with this, I want to say, I appreciate that we are treating people that are needy, people that need our services, similar to the way that we would treat our family members. And obviously, I'm not even going to mention again, the input that was made by my mother, but more especially by the lady who is responsible for, I always say, the language that I'm able to speak, English, the lady who took it upon herself to make sure that I go to university, someone that I met for the first time, somebody that was not related to me, but she took me to the university and to make sure that I am pushed forward. And with that, I will keep. I'm hearing.
Maybe it wants us to clap hands for that particular lady. Can you clap hands for that particular lady? Okay, ma'am, it was a good intervention. Please continue.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caesar. When I started working, I joined the current organization that I'm working for, although at the time it was in the provincial office. And when I sent the presentation to Dineo as well as Zanel, I sent two presentations. One was the one that you see in front of you regarding inclusive employment services. But I also sent another one with regard to gender-based violence when it comes to women with disabilities as well as children with disabilities. And I spoke to Zanele a few moments ago, and I said to Zanele, I have been in this space since this morning, in this meeting, since this morning. And the issues of gender have been mentioned a great deal. And please do not think I am overlooking the problems that people with disability or women and children with disabilities come across. But I am not going to share that presentation. All I'm going to do is to highlight two case studies, recent case studies that we have dealt with at the end, with regard to the problems that children, girls with disabilities also come across, and also highlight the injustices that have happened in this case, and and what we as the organization feel that, you know, these issues should, how we feel that the issues should be dealt with. Now, first of all, I'm going to start with the one on inclusive employment services, and at the end, if Mesiza allows me, I will then read through to the ladies in the room regarding the work that we have done on gender-based violence when it comes to women and children with disabilities. Can I please ask you to move on to the next slide? And since this morning, I think it was Mayor Ntombikaise that was talking with regard to the percentages. I think immediately when she spoke about procurement, she obviously shared the percentages. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Mayor Ntombikaise's presentation that highlighted, you know, the inclusion of persons with disabilities or entrepreneurs with disabilities when it comes to procurement. And she also acknowledged how far we are in reaching the 7% that we are supposed to reach. And I am mentioning all of this to also stress what she has said, but I'm also saying to the ladies that are sitting, that are listening to my presentation, that in most cases, persons with disabilities find themselves as entrepreneurs because of their challenge with regard to inclusive employment, and obviously finding jobs in the spaces that are available. And I am not going to dwell too much on the definition of disability, because you know, it will take us the whole day to talk about, you know, the definition of disability, or how people choose to be referred to. And in this case, I've mentioned on the presentation that the true nature of disability is neither mere functional limitations of individuals, nor the difficulty of performance which results directly from such limitations. You know, if Mekgwe that took me to the university had looked at my functional limitations, she would have immediately looked at my hands and said, Ntabiseng has got paralysis from the neck down, and how is she going to manage? And I am glad that she overlooked those functional limitations, but considered that there is much more oppression that is there that we do as individuals. And for us, we define disability as oppression, discrimination, social exclusion, and restriction of participation, which is socially constructed and imposed upon people who are regarded as being different. Can I please ask you to move on to the next slide? In this case, when we talk about inclusive employment, and I am glad that we have the municipalities, we have the different spaces that we are in. We obviously have challenges, but you know, as persons with disabilities, we are also saying we have inclusive employment can be defined as all actions that promote fair and equitable access to decent employment, ensuring satisfactory pay and conditions, career prospects and opportunities for social inclusion to the benefit of both the employer and the employee. The lady that was talking, I'm not sure whether it was Ntombikaise, that was talking about remuneration, because in this case, when we talk about the benefit of the employer and the employee, in that case, who benefits? Because then the employee is not benefiting at all. Some job seekers groups experience difficulty in securing employment, and this is due to perceived gaps. You know, the perceived gaps that I've already mentioned with regard to people's attitudes in looking at the functional limitations. And people talk about employable skills, qualifications, or experience. Others are effectively screened out during recruitment processes or on the basis of their disability. And can we acknowledge in this case that people are scared of the unknown? If I come into the office as Ntabiseng, I'm coming with these hands that cannot move the fingers at all. You know, a person is going to immediately say, you know, Ntabiseng, how is Ntabiseng going to type? You know, those are the screening outs that we do when it comes to human resources, and when it comes to looking at the applications that are out there. Labor market participation for these groups is affected by the human resources practices of employers. And I've also mentioned that, as well as the nature of support they may receive to address perceived employability gaps. You know, I left university in 2004, and it is now 15 years that I've been working. And please let me not lie, the university years were difficult. I studied at the University of the Free State, which at the time was very inaccessible. You would find that if I have to attend statistics, it's in the second floor, and I'm in my electric wheelchair, and the lift is not there. The building does not have a lift. You know, as people, we can easily find creative solutions, and I applaud the people that were there at the time, directors, the vice rectors that were there. You know, to say we acknowledge the building is inaccessible. How about coming up with the easiest solution? If Ntabiseng is allocated to attend statistics in the first floor, let's move the class to downstairs. You know, those are personal, you know, creative engagements that can easily be done to ensure that access happens. Now, in this slide that has been flighted, I'm going to look at the inclusive, what we call as a inclusive employer roadmap, where we say that we as the organization offer various workplace services, including UDA, that is Universal Design and Access, which I had mentioned a number of times this morning. You know, I often say in different spaces that disability happens at any time. And if it does not happen because of an accident, we are all going to grow older, and we are going to depend on wheelchairs. And we are not going to be able to see properly. We are not going to be able to hear. This is where we come and talk about universal access, where we're not looking at Ntabiseng in her wheelchair, but we are looking at a young Ntabiseng that is a pregnant mother that will have a child and have to push a pram. We are looking at Ntabiseng's grandmother that would be pushed in a wheelchair and so on. So when we make spaces to become accessible, we are doing it for everybody, and we're not only doing it for persons with disabilities. And this is where we talk about UDA, which I will also mention in detail in the following slides. And we talk about reasonable accommodation. The reasonable accommodation that I've already given is with regard to the moving of classes, the allocation of time, extra time. And I'm making an example in this case, obviously with with regard to the university space, but this can also be done in the workplace in terms of reasonable accommodation. And then we look at policy input and development. That's the space where we come in as an organization. And then we also look at DET, which is disability equality training. And Mrs. Akele, I'm talking about all of this in much detail so that when I come to the slides that follow, that discuss each one, I will be able to say, I have already made mention of this, and the ladies will know what I'm saying. And when it comes to disability equality training, you know, the first time when I came and attended a disability equality training session, it became handy for me because then it taught me to not apologize anymore. And this is where we find ourselves using the word disability, that we have disability because of the attitudes that are out there. We have disabilities because of the barriers that persons with impairments come across when they come into different spaces. And then the other part that I would also like to mention is that it does not, I actually wanted to stress with regard to not apologizing when we want the services. You know, at first, when I started working, I would say, I'm sorry that this is the case. I'm sorry I cannot enter into this building, but we know it is our human right. You know, the South Africa, we always say, has got a beautiful, beautiful constitution where we always say that South Africa belongs to all, you know, women, persons with disabilities, everybody that belongs into it. Hello.
No, we can still hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mesiza. When we come to DET, this is where we address the spaces, the fellow employees that the person with a disability will be working with, to make them comfortable, to say, to define disability, and it's more interactive. You know, it's not about me. It's not from me as the presenter that comes and imparts knowledge, but we look within ourselves to see how we define disability. And then we have another program that we call placement and training. This is where we deal with persons with disabilities that are nationally that are looking for jobs. And our office, I must mention, is based in Edenvale. Our national office is based in Edenvale. And many of the applicants that we have are obviously people from Gauteng, but we also have other you know, applicants in the rest of the provinces. And then I will also speak in detail with regard to disability information. This is where that's the DI, the acronym DI, where people either in the HR human resources spaces need information. They can also easily contact our office to provide any relevant spaces, any relevant information that is needed. Please, may I ask you to move on to the next slide? And I'm not going to go into detail with universal design and access, Mesiza, because I've already made mention of what universal design is. And what we do as the organization, we are invited, we get invited by the different employers to come and do audits for their offices, to see what changes need to be made, what adjustments if there are. And you know, we always mention, I don't know, and I'm not even going to try and think when this happened, but I know it's in the 1980s where we say buildings that have been constructed after a certain year, I think it's in the 1980s, after the 1980s, need to be accessible or need to be accessible for use by persons with disabilities. But what do we see out there? Then it means somebody is not doing the right thing out there. It may be that we need to train our architects. We need to train anybody that is involved in terms of the construction of buildings. We need to find in ourselves when a plan is put in place for a specific clinic in Soweto or in the rural areas, it does not matter where. The plan and the architects and the people, the inspectors that are there, the question needs to be, does it accommodate persons with disabilities? Does it accommodate grandmothers? Does it accommodate mothers that are pushing prams and so on? And please, I'm not going to go into the detail of the slide in detail, but I've also mentioned that the different, the employment equity, the South African Constitution, the PEPUDA, promotion of equality that we always talk about. What do we offer? We offer those services: training to develop an understanding of universal design and access audits that I've already mentioned. And then we also do look at facilities, and we market facilities that are accessible for use by persons with disabilities. This in most cases is relevant to to guest houses, because you often find somebody from another kind, I want to visit a specific place in South Africa, and they would say, is this place accessible for the person that I'm traveling with, or what is the access level that we will find. Can you kindly move on to the next one? And I've also talked about reasonable accommodation, and the one that I specifically want to mention, Mesiza, is assistance with disclosure process. Many of us persons with disabilities are scared to say, I've got a specific disability. And this mostly is because of the attitudes that are there, and the ill treatment that would become there, that you come across. This may happen either with people that are already in the job space, or it will be with people that are newly or applicants that want to gain employment in specific spaces. And this is because we encourage persons with disabilities to disclose. And we say to the HR, when a person with a disability has disclosed their disability, they are liable. I mean, the employer is liable to put the accessibility in place to make sure that the person is able to do the job. And this is where we also talk about with the HR, the budgets that, I know we've spoken about the budgets since this morning, where we say when a budget is drawn, then we look at reasonable accommodation. If, say, we employ somebody with a visual impairment, do we have the budget? Do we have the money to enable them to use a laptop if their job is supposed to be administration, and so on? I'm just giving different examples. Please move on to the next slide. I think the next slide will deal with policy input and development. This is where, as the NCPD, when we are requested to do so, we assist in developing or changing disability policy if we so wish. But what we advocate for is that we do not want separate policies. We want the policy that is there to also not forget persons with disabilities. But at the same time, it must not just say including persons with disabilities, because when we say that, then we are just mentioning the word. But let us do it as the way the policy requires. Can you kindly move on to the next one? And I've talked about disability equality training, where we look at disability, where we say disability, it is disability equality training is disability education, which aims to promote the understanding of disability from the social model perspective and facilitate proactive action to break disabling barriers in our society. And I've mentioned a number of those disabling barriers, being the attitudes, being, you know, me as a person in a wheelchair not finding a ramp in a clinic if I have to attend, or be in the case of deaf people not being provided with a sign language interpreter when meetings are held. And can I just touch on how the training will benefit? The change of attitudes towards persons with disabilities, empowerment of company employees on interaction with persons with disabilities, improvement of environment and flexible changes to accommodate persons with disabilities, creation of an inclusive, equitable environment and opportunities for persons with disabilities. Please, may I ask you to move on? Placement and training. Just to mention, I think I've already mentioned this, but besides the database that we have of persons with disabilities that are job seekers, we are also contacted by companies if they have positions. Companies are able to contact us to say we have a position of a senior manager responsible for whatever the case may be, specific to the company. And we look at our database and find candidates for the company. And when there is a need, we do the access audit that I've already mentioned. We advise on reasonable accommodation and so on. And this is why we talk about it as a roadmap. Can you please move on? Yes, please move on. And then the disability information I've already mentioned. Thank you very much. And then just to continue, Mesiza, do you give me the permission to go ahead with the violence against women with disability, with children with disabilities?
How long do you want before I agree?
I only want 3 minutes. I'm not going to talk in detail. I'm actually, to make it easy, I've decided to write it down so that I can write it. I can read it.
No, it's fine. I can give you 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mesiza. Our organization has dealt with specifically, I'm looking at 2 case studies where girls 7 years and 10 years old respectively, and with disabilities, were sexually assaulted. The outstanding element in the management of these hideous crimes was the failure of the South African Police Service to apprehend and lay charges against the perpetrator, and the reluctance of the National Prosecuting Authority to prosecute the alleged offenders. The serious omissions by both the SAPS is based on the biasness and prejudices, the views that are prejudiced of the victims as children with disabilities. You know, the assumption from the police immediately when they are supposed to open, assist in opening a case, in making assumptions They also held a belief that the victims would not be reliable witnesses in court, and that these would therefore be too little, there would be therefore too little a chance of a guilty verdict. The one girl has cerebral palsy with a serious speech impediment, and the other one is intellectually impaired. Our principle on which we advocated for these girls is their right to justice regardless of the type or degree of their disabilities. And we are also saying that professional intermediaries and technology can be utilized to assist the victim with giving her statement and with testifying in court. In the case of the girl with the speech impediment, we made use of a tablet designed by the Center for Alternative Augmentation and Communication. In the case of a girl with an intellectual impairment, we will propose the use of a forensic social worker to act as an intermediary. The intermediary will relay what is happening in the court in a manner that is understandable to the victim. We were successful in the case of the girl with a speech impediment, and after 8 years from the date of the offense, the accused was found guilty and of sexual assault and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. In the case of the other girl, we are fighting to get the perpetrator arrested and charged after they just dropped the case despite overwhelming evidence against the perpetrator. That's how much time I need, Ms. Caesar, and thank you for affording the opportunity. But this is just to highlight the difficulties that children or women with disabilities come across. There's obviously more cases and many cases that are out there that are not being reported, mainly because of the decision by the police not to prosecute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs.
For your beautiful presentation. But I think for the House to be clarified, it is never the police that refuses to prosecute. It is actually NPA. And I think the blame must always be put on those that are responsible. Because certainly we think that it is the police, only to find that it is NPA or even the magistrate. So we can't allow the responsible people to get away with murder. And good luck, and we hope that you will also be involved. If it is in Gauteng, we'll really like to support you in making sure that justice is realized for this particular victim. But I think on all other victims, we really need to assist if possible. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. We move to the last presentation of the day, and after that, we'll interact with what Ntabiseng have presented, and after that, Siava. Masipe. The presentation is by Sonke Gender Justice. I don't have the name yet of the person that is Unontlantla. You are the one that is going to make the presentation. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let me then give you an opportunity to present. I'm sure you've been waiting the whole day to make this presentation. Thank you very much for making yourself available, ma'am, for us.
Thank you so much for hearing us, Mrs. Agele. I also want to acknowledge the Minister, Mamuma Ngwane Mashabane, the Speaker from the Legislature, and the Executive Mayors, councillors who are with us, and members from the civil society, but also the Chapter 9 institution, Umama Utamara Matebula. I know that I'm the last speaker, so I'm privileged. I can speak as much as as possible. I will not be infringing anybody's time. It's just a joke. So the presentation that I'm going to talk to today, it's about the projects that we are in partnership with a number of organizations. I felt that it is very important that as Sonke, we also, show the work that we do with other organizations rather than talking about our own work as an organization. So this project is called Masipepe Network, and it is about strengthening the local governance response to GBV. Next slide, please. So the project title is Strengthening Local Governance to Improve Gender-Based Violence Response Project, which is Masipepe Network. I think most of us know the word Masipepe, meaning that let us be safe. So it's about women and girls being safe in our society, but also having, address the issues of gender-based violence and femicide in our communities. So the goal is to reduce the vulnerability to gender-based violence through improved local government response. And our strategic objectives is to strengthen the capacity of local structures, meaning every structure that is within the community. It could be the community-based organization, your faith-based organizations, or other organizations that are within communities, to lead, coordinate, and manage community response to GBV prevention and response. So this we thought that we could be able to do it through the 4 intermediate results, which is one of them is to strengthen community governance and accountability. And the second one is to increase primary and secondary prevention. The third one is to improve mitigation of GBV harms at the tertiary prevention level. And then the fourth one is to improve access to justice for all victims and survivors, as Omamo Ntabiseng has just, shared with us a case where we need to make sure that survivors do get justice at the end of the day, irrespective of their status. Can I please have the next slide? This project is funded by USAID, and the lead provider in this project is Center for Communication Impact, which is called CCI. We have a research partner from the University of Cape Town under the Gender Health and Justice Unit. We've got ADAPT, which is based in Alexander. Then it's Sonke. These 2 partners are based in Gauteng, but we also have other partners in Mpumalanga and KZN. I think you see Kukutlamini Foundation and Etembeni, which is based in KZN. Thank you. Another slide, please. So in Gauteng, we currently concentrating on 2 areas, which is Alexander and Diepkloof. So in Alexander, the partner that is working in this area, it's ADAPT. They are working in Ward 28, and in Ward 27 and Ward 30. So they've swapped the things around. And we also work in Ward 105 in Alexander and Ward 26, 27, 30, and 31. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the activities that we engage on this project is to strengthen community governance and accountability. We have done mapping at the moment in both areas where we've identified different stakeholders. And in our identification of different stakeholders, we also included the private sector that are locally based. We know that most of our communities have malls, but also we have other businesses around the area. So we didn't only look at the civil society or the government stakeholders, but we looked at all the stakeholders in our community, including our business. And after we've done that mapping, we had to also look at structures that are already existing, because we acknowledge that in our communities there's a lot that is happening. There are structures that are addressing gender-based violence in our communities, but the challenge is to strengthen them and make sure that they are sustainable, because most of the time, in our forums, we we developed some kind of fatigue because of the meetings that we are having. There are a lot of meetings, but we felt that these structures are very important structures in our community. So we need to work together and make sure that we strengthen those communities. So in areas where there were GBV forums, and they are existing, and we came and we worked together with them. But in areas where GP forums were not existing, we established GPV forum through the existing partners in communities. And we also have technical working groups. With GPV forums, we're looking at the local government, political leaders, traditional leaders, the civil society organization. What I would like to express in this, which for us it's some kind of a gain, is to see how well we work with structures such as the Tutuzela Care Center, more especially in Deep Roof, because they are closer to the Intabiseng Tutuzela Care Center. We've never developed a new structure there. We worked with the existing Tutuzela Care Center stakeholder and tried to collaborate with other community-based organizations to sit in the same space with NPA, SAPS, your DOH, DOE, and other structures that are relevant in issues of gender-based violence. And from that, we will have a technical group that will provide ongoing assistance and guidance in terms of us dealing with the GBV issues. So in strengthening stakeholders' capacity, skills, and application to improve gender-based violence and femicide prevention and response, we have, kind of different skills that we bring in the space. For instance, Sonke, one of our strengths is to engage men and boys. So we have a curriculum that we have developed that we call Sonke Change Trials that we share with community-based organizations, but with other stakeholders, which is a one-week training that will enable them to strengthen their capacity to be able to engage with men and boys. We also do stepping stones, and we continuously provide support in terms of content, but even in terms of our availability in the space. I just want to mention, because we're now talking about issues of local government, to say in Deep Roof, we appreciate the local councillors in Deep Roof. They sit in the local meetings. When these GPV forum sits, they are there. And when we have activities, last year we had a march which we planned together with the councillors in Deep Roof. So we just want to appreciate that, because what we want to see is that kind of collaboration being strengthened, and what the government is saying, because we also had a policy a meeting last week on Friday, the dialogue, where we got a presentation from the councillor from the MMC's office, or Memoabi. So we saw the link that civil society and the local government, that we really need to work together and try to strengthen our response to gender-based violence, because we are talking the same language. And when I listened to her speech and read the document and look at what Ms. Pepe, in terms of our intermediate results we want to achieve, we are all aligned to the National Strategic Plan, which talks to the nation. So in this space, we have already started localizing the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide. Can I please have a next slide? So in increasing primary and secondary GBV prevention, we identify risk factors, the social and cultural beliefs and behaviors that contribute to GBV in our community through the dialogues that we have. In each and every community, we have the so-called entry dialogues, where we engage with communities and talk about what are the issues that we are identifying, so that we can be context-based. We don't just come up with something from somewhere else and try to establish what is the challenge within that. So when we've done that, and then we develop materials, your pamphlets, your posters, based on that, engage with community radio stations and talk about issues that are relevant into that community. One of the issues that was raised more in Deep Roof, it was the issue of elderly people, more especially elderly women. They've got a go-go desk, and they feel that that GOGO desk, it's not supported, it's not recognized, and they feel that elderly women are experiencing a lot of sexual violence. They told us their painful story, how they are being sexually violated by their own sons, their own relatives. And there was a guy who was popular in Diepkloof, whom we are still dealing with his case, who targets, you know, women in Diepkloof and rape them. And it's a case that has been going on for quite some time. So those are the kind of stories that come up, and we then tailor-made our interventions based on what the community is saying and what they want. So the GOGO desk wanted us in March to engage with them and propose that they establish a very strong GOGO desk where when GOGOs are being raped, they can be able to talk to their peers, because it becomes difficult for them to go and talk to, you know, the younger people that are service providers or officials. But they feel that if this GOGO desk can be launched in Diepkloof, it will really assist the GOGOs and Abomkhulu who are within that area. So those are the kind of things that we do. We also, as I've said, we had a march where we went into communities and we had material that says to them, if you have experienced sexual violence or any kind of violence in your community, these are the service providers which are within your area. So those pamphlets, as they are developed, they've got information for Diepkloof people where they can go in Diepkloof, so that they don't take taxis and other transport to go to other areas because they don't have access to their own facilities. And we raise those kind of engagements on an ongoing basis. And when we do that, we also target perpetrators. We work with other partner organizations that are working with the Department of Correctional Services, where they are ex-offenders. We also engage with them in terms of now on issues of prevention of gender-based violence. And how can they get involved as men in prevention of gender-based violence? Can I have another slide, please? Can I have another slide? So in terms of improve to access to justice for all victims of survivors of research, as I've said, that we are working with the University of Cape Town in terms of, you know, doing research in the project. So the aim of this research is to identify gaps in the reporting and prosecution of the cases of gender-based violence, but also we know the challenges that we have with protection orders, where women die with protection orders in their bags, but also the challenge of women to access, you know, the protection order. So this research will assist us to be able to do that. And it is also based in Diepkloof and in Alexander. It's not like a national research or a provincial research. It is based on that particular community so that we can be able to address issues that are in that particular communities. And we believe that through that, we will be able to improve the quality of gender-based violence response in terms of services and increase the uptake of services by survivors, because we know there are barriers for survivors to access services. And I am very pleased to listen to Osintabi saying, because she has reminded us that when we talk about issues of gender-based violence, we tend not to concentrate as well on people living with disability. And I would also like her to share the details of the case that they are working with so that we can support them. We've seen, as I've said, that we work with communities, we work with CPF, we work with the brigaders. You know, at the past 2 weeks, we had a case of a 2-year-old who was living with the father. The father had a custody of the child, but the father was raping the child, but not penetrating. And this is one thing that I've learned, because this is a second case. Now, lately, men are not penetrating because they know that the DNA test will be taken and then they will be arrested. This one was not penetrating the child. He was just kind of like masturbating himself into his own daughter. And we worked with the mother, and the mother managed to get the custody of the child, because the mother was saying, even if I didn't get the custody of a child, let the child go to the place of safety. We've worked with a social worker, we work with Teddy Pet Clinic, but the most important component of this work is that it was driven by community women who took to themselves to engage us and engage the mother and engage the clinic, and went and supported the mother at the court. We had to assist them to write a letter to the social worker that she would present at the court to say this is the situation of the child. And that is one of the success stories. So Masipepe Network is all about all of us working together, making sure that at the end of the day, the survivors are receiving the kind of justice that they need. But it is more important for us that we prevent gender-based violence to happen in our community by educating the community, by engaging men and boys on these issues through the programs that I've highlighted, and the other two that I didn't highlight that we are still working on establishing is to bring men care project in South Africa, because now it's done at the regional level where men would be part of the life of their children before birth and even after birth, so that the language of men saying they're assisting women to take care of their own child, it comes to an end. They need to know that taking care of the child is the responsibility of the man, and it's important for a child to have the presence of the both parents in their lifetime. The other one is Men Engage, which is done at the global level as well. We are bringing it into our communities to say men need to be engaged in these issues. It must not just be a lip service, but we want to see action and change. So we also managed to have the community members, the civil society organization from Diepkloof to input in the IDP process that has taken place in the city of Joburg. They gave us their inputs. We attended the session together with the community members, and their input was submitted. And last week, as I was saying, that we had a dialogue in terms of now let us look at the IDP and budgeting with a gender lens, and see how the gender issues are incorporated into the IDPs. And we've realized that we still need to strengthen our submission. We had the IDP officers with us. We will be having an ongoing discussion with them. So thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much, ma'am. I actually wish that this information was presented tomorrow morning whilst we were very fresh, both in Tabiseng's presentation and the presentation we just received. But thank you very, very much for your preparation for us as the Women's Caucus together with our municipalities. I'm now going to allow people to raise hands and ask questions, make comments on the two presentations. Can you raise, Ubanilo, or is it Ntabiseng that raised the hand? Or Mazibu? Chairperson, your hand is up. Busisiwe, your hand is up. It was up even before they finished presenting. There is also Andiswa. Your hand is up, you'll be the third one. Any other person? Okay. We'll start with the Chairperson Nwawo, ma'am. Honorable Mazibu. Sakayenzi only lona yakhe wahamba. Honorable Mncube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks very much for all the presenters with a detailed presentation. I will start with the people with disabilities. You mentioned that some of the companies, if I heard you well, they do communicate with yourselves. what I will ask, because all the departments, including the Office of the Premier, including the Legislature, they're underperforming in terms of the employment of people with disabilities and or the programs that they do have, they also do underperform. To say, because I also know that there are different organizations of people with differentially abled. I'm not sure in terms of if maybe you can avail the list of these different organizations of people with differently abled, so that, because we are not aware whether they do, as they say, they did not get right skills from people with disabilities, and or the programs could not be done because maybe we are not available. So if we can avail it to the organizers, the different organizations and their contacts, so that they can also look for those skills that they need, and or apply the employment of equity, where you also, where there are shortages of skills, you also can empower or adapt your programs. The rest of my questions and or comments will be on gender-based violence. To say South Africa idume kabuhlungu kabi ngokuthi we are #1 on gender-based violence and also leading in femicide. Hence, that guy who got married in Cape Town and killed his wife in South Africa, because maybe he knew that he will do it and then go and there will be no case. Last year, the president established a committee. I've just forgotten what was the demand, which might declare as what konje GPV. But there is that existence of a committee and also a funding towards addressing gender-based violence. And my take will be, because they are also supposed to be, what is this desk? Dedicated desk, where in the hotspots, and if Kraaifontein that is mentioned in the state South Africa is the one that is in Gauteng, then what it means, Gauteng then has 11 hotspots of GBV. In my area where I'm deployed, it's 3 areas which are known that there's a lot of gender-based violence. So to say, do you by chance know where are these dedicated desks located? Because towards the end of last year, we did have a meeting with all the station commanders of the police stations of where I am deployed, but they did not know where are they located. So if you do know, you have to please give us their contact so that we can then be able to jointly work together. The other one is on the to say what are the factors that contribute towards that. There's socioeconomic problems, there's lack of empowerment, maybe knowledge or whatever, or abuse of substance. If there are maybe some good progress that you have seen, if there are these workshops or women empowerment, though even if you can empower a woman, as long as that man will still do those things, there will still be a problem. So if maybe there is some impact, I know also the mode of communication is also a problem of reaching out to all the women in terms of what can you do if we are presented with these problems. Then we can share strategies of empowerment to say which are the better mode that maybe we can do so that we can be able to reach out. Unfortunately, also these GPV, they happen on the people that you love most, and you would never ever think that they'll end up doing those things. Yeah, and then the prosecution part of it, I think we are lamenting a lot. I mean, even the president raised the same thing. I think he started profiling GBV 2019, if not 18. And there's a young minister of justice. I think also those legislations that the president said they must be amended to respond to the emergency of saying, oh, manje, bulale the woman or rapile, there must be no pain. There are those that are still getting pains. So maybe those the judges will say, no, we don't have a legislation yet, it was just a pronouncement. So what we need to do also as legislators is to ensure that this legislation is being done as we are legislators, and also ensure that, because like Gauteng is leading in South Africa in terms of gender-based violence. So one of our focus, Honorable Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, is that we also need to have an audience with the Minister of Justice. We lament a lot. Uzozafika 2024 engakenzi lutho bese ngena umdala bathi avele umdala. This one is young, and this GPV affects kakhulu the young people. So we need to engage him and ensure that the legislature, even if maybe the department is slow, let's have a members bill that will push and establish this legislation and amend other clauses that are not GPV friendly. Dedicated prosecution. Thank you very much.
Andiswa, thank you very much, Honorable Mekgwe. Andiswa, please come in, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the Chair of Chairs. I just wanted to maybe make an input on the presentation by MPWC Mulongwane. I think for me, it's an eye-opening. You will realize that our council chambers, the way they are designed and the way our buildings are designed because of historical nature, that they are not as accessible as they should, for people with disabilities. And I'm just wondering whether that exercise has been done by GDID on all the local municipalities, because then the public is also unable to access our chambers to attend our council sittings. And then also you realize that, you've got protectors that have been hired before when they were not injured at work, but because now they are injured at work, there are no assessments also being done, in the interim, or to check whether they are fit for the job that they're doing. So I'm just saying now, for me, I think it would be prudent for us to also look into that and see if that type of an assessment can be done. And so that it becomes reachable for those that are disabled to also be able to access our buildings, and they become user friendly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other person want to raise an issue before I go back to the two presenters? 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mtabiseng and Nonhlanhla, if you can, please respond.
Thank you, Ms. Caesar. I typed the questions. I was just quickly opening the questions and the comments that were made. And I noted 3, and please, I would like to be reminded if there are others that were asked and then I did not answer. The first one I noted was where I think it's Mebusisi Ngube that said the list of DPOs. Yeah, I think I struggled to understand clearly, but it sounded to me like Mebusi was talking about the DPOs that were struggling in terms of skills and in terms of being included also in the labor market. Mebusi, what I highlighted regarding the database was the database of job seekers with disabilities that organizations or companies usually contact us when they need persons with disabilities, or it's also on the side of persons with disabilities that are seeking employment, that are struggling to get employment, that make contact with us to say, I am Tabiseng, I've got these qualifications, please assist me to find a job. And we've got a dedicated person in our office that deals with that service. And I'm happy to liaise with Zanele and the other people in how we can deal with that. And then I also heard from Mayor Nonhlanhla Skosana, where she specifically talked about the case of sexual assault. I think I will take your details from Zanele also, Mayor Nonhlanhla, so that we can talk about this case and where there is a need, bring in other people that have directly dealt with the case. And then I welcome Mayor Musai's input with regard to the chambers, the accessibility of chambers. And you know, this is a personal, this is something that also happened to me personally, where you have to be a witness in a case and you are stopped at the door, you know, where you have to come into these different spaces where you are supposed to come and either present your witness statement or on the other side. And then I'll also give an example with regard to, you know, the different legislatures. And forgive me, because my example in this case, I'm originally from Bloemfontein. I would make an example of the provincial legislature of the Bloemfontein. When we attend, when we are invited there to attend, it's a difficulty, you know, in placing or in getting a spaces where persons with disabilities will be seated. And we are happy as an organization to assist with the audits. There is a specific person in our office that will assist with those cases. Yes, and I think that is the 3 that I've noted. I would please like a reminder with regard to the ones that I did not take.
Okay, thank you very much. Nonhlanhla, is there any addition? Thanks, Tabiseng.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you so much. Regarding the issue, the dedicated desk, unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have the details. Then the other question was regarding what are the factors that are contributing towards issues of gender-based violence in our society. I would mention just a few: the issue of socialization, our harmful cultural and religious practices. I just wanted to be clear that we don't say our cultural and religious practices are the cause, but we know that within our culture and our religious beliefs, we do have some harmful practices that we need to also, you know, kind of deal with them as a society. But also some research shows that the issue of exposure to violence at the early stage is also one of the contributing factors. I would recommend to colleagues that if they could just maybe Google what works. There is a research that was done by MRC that is very detailed in terms of the issues around what contributes towards issues of gender-based violence. And the study was specifically done in Deep Slot. It was Sonke in partnership with Wits University and MRC. So yes, in terms of the issue of the crime stats, that has shown us that most of the perpetrators, unfortunately, are our family members. We've seen when the Minister of Police presented the crime stats that the highest number of cases of sexual violence were happening in our homes. And the perpetrators were the fathers, the boyfriends, the uncle. So we tend to go to the streets and try to address issues, but the truth of the matter is that this issue is within our families. So it is a challenge for us as members of society and members of families to hold each other accountable and not really hide cases of sexual violence that are happening within our own families, and maybe thinking that we protecting the dignity of the family, or the person who is a perpetrator is a provider in the family. The reality that we are faced with in South Africa, if we want to deal with issues of gender-based violence, we need to tackle it in our own homes. Thank you.
Are you through, ma'am?
Yes, thank
Let
you,
me check with Honorable Mekgwe if she was satisfied with the response that we got from Tabise. Ungaphinde njani, ungezinentshe, please.
No, we will talk outside.
Yeah. Because ngiyakubona ngathi bosofuna ukulanda entsha. No. No. Uyabona those? Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me first thank all our presenters who actually made sure that they prepare and research their presentation to the honorable members and honorable councillors from different municipalities. And I think there was a lot of wisdom, and of course from our side as participants who have actually gained a lot of information from what we presented. From presenter number 1 up to the last presenter, you didn't disappoint. Thank you very much for your participation. And through this engagement, we become wiser. But also as public representatives, we learn of things that need to be addressed that will actually assist in improving service delivery to our people. Thank you very much also for playing a role in terms of improving the lives of our people, particularly the poor, and also in playing a role in terms of assisting the vulnerable groups to be protected, and also when challenges arises, those challenges being addressed, and particularly those that works towards making sure that there is justice for all, irrespective of your color or creed. Thank you very much, our participants, and we hope that tomorrow when we resume our sessions, some of you will actually come back to this meeting. Let's make sure that our engagement is not just a talk show, but it's engagement for us to be able to come up with actions in order to address some of the societal problems. Let me thank you, members, who have actually stayed with us up to the last minute. And of course, those who stayed with us and then requested to be excused due to other commitments. We know you are very busy, and some of you are supposed to be in their constituency as per the directive of different legislatures. But thank you for making time for us to engage on issues that affects women in our province. We thank you very much for participating. We will be resuming tomorrow. Our workshop will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let's make sure that all of us are here at 9 o'clock sharp, including the one that is talking. Let's make sure that let's make sure that all of us are here in time in order to finish in time tomorrow. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.